Good morning and warm welcome. And I want to welcome our local boards who are here, our partners in the various organisations that are here, and of course councillors and Independent Māori Statutory Board members and our staff. So warm welcome to the meeting. I've got apologies from Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, who's overseas on council business, Councillor Casey, who's still recuperating, and Councillor Fletcher for lateness and early departure. She's got an ill grandchild. And Councillor Sayers for absence and Councillor Quacks for early departure. And I think Councillor Cooper, early departure on business for you too. So I'm happy to move all those. Second. And Councillor Darby will second. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. 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 Against? Carried. Any declarations of interest on any of these items? Nope. If anything...
Madam Chair, on the item for the disposal of the reserves, I have a relation that owns a property in that street. I don't know whether that constitutes an interest or not, but I put it out there in the open just so that it is in the open.
Oh, it's always good to do. I don't think it gives you a problem, but it's always good to just note those things, so we will note that.
Similarly, Madam Chair, I'm involved in a Court of Appeal case in regards to Section 4 of the Conservation Act, which has relevance to the revocation of the reserves.
Okay. Kia ora, Member Brown, we'll note that. So, and if anything comes up, Councillor Stewart.
And just on the how it's a historical village,
yep.
Some of my family donated the Sergeant Ford's cottage there for the relocation, so I just want that to be. Okay. I don't believe there's a conflict. Yep.
There's no conflict, but it's good to know.
Yeah. Historical linkage.
A historical linkage. Okay, if anything else comes up, please let us know. I'll move the minutes of the 4th of April. Councillor Filipaina will second. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. No petitions, and we've got our first public input, and I'd like to warmly welcome Rob Mounsey and Kerry Powell from the wonderful historic village in Howick, or the Howick Historic Village, and warm welcome. The next 5
Thank you very
minutes
much,
is
Penny. I should start now, and Kerry on my left here is our new village manager, who's just arrived. She's a new migrant from the UK with professional museum experience in the UK. So like our new director at the Auckland War Memorial Museum, we're going to be inundated with these museum professionals from overseas. So a warm welcome to her, to our village and to the area. So I'd like to start this morning by making a small presentation to address the review of Auckland's cultural heritage terms of reference. And just a little bit of background about who we are, for those that don't know. The Howick Historical Village is a unique and world-class living museum, and our role is to show early settler life in New Zealand. The collection of 33 authentic historic buildings on 7 acres of Auckland Council Reserve is unique and has regional and national significance. Bell House alongside it is a Category 1 listed building. We have over 15,000 artefacts, including furniture, painting, including a lindau, vehicles and textiles. The textile collection is one of the best in New Zealand. In a recent letter of support for a grant from Heritage New Zealand, they referred to the village as the Howick Historical Village is a landmark within Auckland and contributes successfully to the community as a wider tourism resource, as a living history museum and a place where visitors can learn about Auckland's colonial past. We have over 20,000 paying visitors and 65,000 attendance visitors a year, and the local people make up 18% of that, within the Auckland region 39%, nationally 10%, and international visitors 33%. That excludes our live days, where most of them come from around Auckland. On a TripAdvisor ranking basis, out of 264 things to do in Auckland, the War Memorial Museum is number 2, Auckland Galleries 12, Motat is 19, New Zealand Maritime Museum 15, Stardome 46, and we are 30. So we're up near the top of these institutions. We run an education program. It's the largest non-government subsidised education program, and we get over 10,000 students a year across the Auckland region and from externally, including overseas. And we also get, over 4 years, we've hosted 260 schools across the region. In terms of the size of our budget, which is not enough, of course, running a museum, we have an annual budget this year of $930,000, with income before grants of about $400,000, a local board grant, which we're very, very grateful for, of $320,000, and they fund essential operations. So just in examples of some of the buildings, this is Puanui. This is the McLaughlin homestead that used to be on Roscommon Road in Wiri, a prominent family home. And at the other end of the scale, an example of Fencible Soldiers' ordinary family home, one that we're actually doing a conservation plan for, and Matthews and Matthews are doing that for us, and they've described the building is of outstanding significance within the Auckland region. The cost of that conservation program is $26,000, and as you'll see later on, the considerable cost of the conservation work. In terms of a few highlights, continuing support from schools throughout the region, introduction of a history learning unit with local iwi engagement into local colleges, and that's being trialled at the moment. We've got growth in live day attendances, including a new diversity of new migrants to the Auckland region. We are trying to use technology where we can and where we've got funding. We were fortunate to be an alpha site for the PingX development of the mobile phone app, which allows us to have a curator in the pocket to enhance visitor experience. We've got greater use of the village as a set for TV and movies, and we've got the Brokenwood Mysteries that want to film this year in June. We've got special events. We've a successful haunted houses evening, and just recently a history and high tea that we did for Mother's Day, which will be continuing on. We've got current development of mobile, multi-device friendly websites, and we're going to have Asian language capability on that. On the conservation and maintenance side, we got a $137,000 grant from Foundation North a couple of years ago, and we've completed the restoration of Thomas Eckford's farm homestead, which used to be at Maraetai. That was built in 1850. We've carried out the restoration and weather tightness of projects of the courthouse and the Howick Methodist Church, both around 1850. We've got the local service clubs involved with Adopt a Building programs, and they have completed the painting of the Howick Methodist Church and Johnson's home, and on Rotary Club has adopted White's General Store, and the restoration on that is nearing completion. We've completed a conservation plan for a Mayor Gallagher cottage, or just about to, cost of $27,000. We managed to get a grant from the Gallagher Family Trust, with their descendants being obviously a family line back to the original residents within the building, which we were grateful for, and we're now applying for a grant for the conservation work to Foundation North, and the cost of that, not insignificant, $180,000. We've got a conservation plan for the exterior of Sergeant Ford's cottage, and that's was worked on by a conservative with us on a pro bono basis, and we've got a grant application into lotteries for $60,000 to complete that work. This is an example of some...
Doing a time check, Rob.
Yep.
That is your 5 minutes. I just
Okay.
want to make sure that we're not going to run too
Okay, we're going to flick through the pictures, right, and the other highlights.
Yep.
And
And then 5 minutes for Kerry as well. So
No,
is this
just I'll
combined?
be just doing the speaking. So
You are wonderful, and
Yes.
that's fine. We'd love to see the pictures.
okay, Let's go back to the pictures. Yeah. This is just some of the children on live days with Pioneer toys, buggies going through the village. Volunteers are a critical part of our organisation, and I'll just leave you to read that. In terms of the Auckland Cultural Heritage Sector Review, we applaud the establishment of the review. We believe the current approach to heritage, cultural heritage across the Auckland in terms of being a silo approach is not the best outcome for the region. And I'll leave the rest of it. This was a finding of the Tim Walker report, of course, but there's been no significant step forward to improve that situation. We think that Auckland's early settler history contains some wonderful and colourful stories, which, if told in the right environment and in a manner which engages the visitor, would attract heritage tourists, not only locally but internationally, and our new diverse migrants. And we are the logical site within the Auckland region to tell these stories. There is a willingness to collaborate within the sector, and we've started that process. With Auckland War Memorial Museum, we had an exchange of education teams and shared learning, and we're in the process now of working with Michael and his team to have a fuller and more comprehensive display of themed fashion through the ages for our exhibition and live day events in September. I'm going to put forward an idea here in terms of the outcome of the review. A better structure with some appropriate funding in which museum professionals across the region could determine priorities for operational or capital initiatives could be, I think, a definite step forward. So pull some of the money out and make it available to the whole sector. The conclusions: we make a significant contribution to the heritage sector. We have collections which are of regional and national significance with limited marketing resources, 1.25 full-time employee equivalents. We do a great job of attracting visitors. If we had more resource, we could attract more. With extremely limited resources, we're taking care of the collections as best we can. We know we're below sector standards. With the appointment of Kerry, who has significant audience development experience, we're embarking on a program to realise the full potential of the museum. With limited ability to increase the local board operational grant, we're going to be going out to charitable trusts to fund this development and expansion. So in conclusion, Howick Historical Village respectfully requests the Environment and Community Committee to include it in the terms of reference for the review. We do note that the Howick Historical Village was not included or consulted in the Tim Walker review. And lastly and finally, I would like to invite all of the councillors here who have not been, and even those who have, to come to the village and experience the wonderful site that we have, and we won't even charge you an entrance fee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. We'd have to declare that, so it's always easier to pay, in my experience. We've probably got time for one or two questions, acknowledging that we are going to be discussing this at length. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Rob, Kerry, thank you very much for that presentation. I would actually, I have got a standing invitation for Councillor Lee to join me for a cup of coffee out there, and I hope that I'd like to invite any other councillor. Sharon and I will invite you and buy you a cup of coffee at the very good cafe next to that is part of the historic village, and and we'll pay for the coffee. So not only will the village not charge you, Councillor Stewart and I, out of our own pockets, not out of the ratepayers' pockets, will pay for a cup of coffee. So anybody who wants to take advantage of that, I've already got 2 bookings. I'll take them more bookings. 3 bookings. Any advance on 3 bookings?
I'll come.
4 bookings.
Hang on, there's a little bit of bribery involved in here. We hear you, Councillor Quacks.
We will make a special visit out
the invitation, I'm sure, will be picked up. Thank you. We'll debate the coffee later. Councillor Clough.
Thank you, team. Thank you, Rob. I noticed your last point there, how you're asking to be included in the review. it's quite clear that the scope of this review is only focused on a small list of institutions, but there is a clause here that says, but recognises an ecosystem of smaller and related organisations for which the review may have implications. I mean, I'm certainly a strong advocate that this should go wider and should include all of our galleries and all of our institutions like that. So you obviously have a strong view on that as well.
Yes, we would like to be included. I think when we talk about regional scale, it's about more regional significance. And I think my suggestion is that at least if we're not part of the core, because I know that there's some complexity to unravelling some of the legislation surrounding the various institutions, and we appreciate that we're not necessarily need to be part of that because our structure is fairly simple. But we would like to definitely be included in the wider discussion about heritage and culture and the way to maximise and optimise what that can do for the Auckland region. So if that's the...
I think that's well understood, Rob. I'd like to move... Brown.
Tēnā koe, Rob, kōrua ko hoki, Kerry. Mi hatu ka koutou mahi ki a tātou. Just to comment around the, and as a descendant of the first European settler in Auckland, I absolutely champion that that is captured and continued on throughout the region as we are committed with our Māori side. But your comment around the location being a great place to tell the stories, the assumption being like region-wide as opposed to just locally Howick. And I know you've heard this from me before in private, Rob, but will the institution consider a name change? Because with respect to Howick, that's not necessarily inviting for anyone that don't live there. Do you have a comment?
Yes, James. The consideration of a name change is part of the strategic thinking of the village. The issue that we have is that we need to recognise that there is a wider regional interface, but you've also, and the delicate balance is to ensure that you take the volunteers and the people that were involved in the formation of the village originally, that you actually take those along with you. So it's a delicate issue, and we don't want to lose the constituents that we've got now, and at the same time we need to take on board the longer term. And so it's not off the table, but we need to do it and approach it in a delicate manner.
Okay, I'm happy to move, or would you like to move the thanks, Councillor Stewart?
Okay, well, I'd like to move the thanks, if that's okay. But I'd just like to also just remind everybody, during Manukau Council time, the Howick Historical Village had received international recognition for being one of the best live museums, probably not only in New Zealand but in the world. And for some of you that haven't been out there, I recommend that you go there, especially on a live day. You can spend the whole day there. And on the live day, they are mainly local people that are reenacting, and so it's just such a special day. So I'd really encourage you all to go and have a look. And it's once these houses that are being a lot of money being spent have gone. They've gone forever. So I really do hope that we all really get behind and support, because they really do need the support. Thank you.
Okay. And would you like to second Councillor Quacks? Yes. Lovely. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kerry. I'm sure we'll all see you out there soon. Thank you so much. And the actual agenda item is fairly close to the beginning, so we've just got a little bit more to do.
We will be staying for the discussion.
Lovely. You're more than welcome. Now, I'd like to invite our wonderful Sandra Coney, iconic Piha resident. And Sandra, you're here as that Piha resident. Warm welcome. Warm welcome to you both. Hi, Peter.
Tough time in Piha lately, Madam Chair.
Yeah. But just before Sandra gets started, You will be aware there has been an arrest made in the fires, and in discussion with Sandra, we're really clear just to make sure that we don't traverse any legal issues. We can't discuss that, so we can acknowledge, we can pass on our warmest respect and aroha to Piha, but Sandra's here to talk about the land.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings to councillors and members of the Independent Māori Statutory Board. I'd just like to introduce my partner, Peter Hosking. So yes, we are here as residents of Piha. We've come to talk to you today about Agenda Item 16 report, which asks the committee to incorporate the Taitomo block at Piha, which was known also as the buyer's land, which was purchased by the council in 2014. And the proposal is that it be incorporated into Waitakere Ranges Regional Park, which we support. But that's not exactly why I'm here. I'm here as a neighbour of that parkland to talk about what Auckland Council must do to prevent any more fires on this land. On Sunday, 8th of May, we had another fire on this land, and this photo is taken from Piha Beach, and it shows my land in the regional park going up in flames. As you will see from attachment B in item 16, when the regional parks consulted the local community about a concept plan for that Taitomo block last year, many people, including myself, raised the need to give greater weight to ecological restoration and to address the fire risk. We opposed recreational tracks cut through the gorse and urged council to give priority to restoring this area, part of which is heavily infested with gorse and other invasive weed species. So just to orient you with that map, the outlined red part is my land of two long boundaries with regional park. On the west, facing the beach, is the Tasman Lookout Track land, which the council has owned for very many decades. The cross-hatched area is the buyer's block, and that doesn't show the whole of the buyer's block, but I've got a long southern boundary with that. So this is all at the southern end of Piha Beach. So last week's fire was the third fire to start in regional parks and spread on my property. This photo is of the fire in 1994. At that time, the same person said a second fire in 1998. So this was the outcome there. That track is the Tasman Lookout Track, and this is only a small part of what happened. It was a much larger area than the current fire, though last week's fire went through that same area. The fire last Sunday involved 100 fire crew, many of them volunteers, and 2 helicopters. Crew came from as far away as Silverdale. The fire took 12 hours to put out. And this is a typical scene of my property at the weekend. And since 1994, Peter and I have been revegetating our properties after those other fires, including some parts of regional park adjoining my land, so it's heartbreaking to see the damage. The problem I want to bring to your attention is the need for council to revegetate the parkland to reduce the fire risk, to restore the environment and provide a much more attractive landscape for visitors. So that's partly my land, partly regional park we're looking at there, looking at Taitomo Island. All that has grown back after the other fires is a monoculture of gorse. So this photo was actually taken in 2007. While there are theories that gorse acts as a nursery crop and that natives will grow through it, in this harsh location where nothing grows very tall, the gorse has won a long time ago. The only plant this gorse is being a nursery crop for is climbing asparagus, which is considered one of the most environmentally damaging of pest plants. This climbing asparagus infested gorse on parkland is acting as a seed source for the rest of Piha. And yes, I've been in touch many times with parks and biosecurity about dealing with it, but now no one is quite sure how to deal with it, and I'm told there isn't any budget. So this is the picture after the fire of the same area, this similar view. Fire loves the gorse, and so it just went through that really quickly. You can see a fence post there in the middle, and that's my boundary. So this is looking northward in 2007 above the Tasman Lookout track before the fire, showing nothing but gorse. Same photo after the fire, showing how the fire's gone through the gorse. Now this is a photograph that I took just on Christmas, which shows that there is nothing there but a gorse monoculture. This is partly Tasman Lookout track, partly buyer's block, and that is 20-year-old gorse. And I made Peter stand up in it so you can see that's what 20-year-old gorse does when you have the Tasman Sea and the prevailing wind coming in. It doesn't grow very tall. That's the brown part at the back is where the fire's gone. As I said, since 1994, Peter and I have been controlling the gorse in my property and used various methods to reforest it, including growing plants from seeds eco-sourced from the property. We've got very healthy regeneration, so that's looking at my property, from my property, and that brown bit is where the fires got into it. And you can see it's very healthy regeneration in contrast to what's happening on most of the regional park. But obviously it's taken us a lot of work. It's taken us 22 years. And that's the fire going up through my property. It's a strip about 20 or 30 metres wide, went up. Interestingly, I think it went a little bit slower than through the gorse because the bush was taller and it had more things to kind of contend with as it went. It kind of meandered up. I'm not a fire expert, I don't know, and I think they are bringing somebody in to look at it, but I'd be interested to know whether the actual replanting slowed the fire down. Just to note that we started regenerating after the other fires when we were in our 40s, and we're now both in our 70s. So we're both a little daunted at the task ahead. So what we'd ask here today is to ask Council to do two things. Firstly, control the gorse and other weeds on the council parkland and develop a plan for restoring the area. We're very keen to work with the council on that, so it's something we can do as neighbours. The council can't just keep on going with this hands-off approach, but must more proactively return the area to healthy bush. And there's an opportunity we see here to trial various methods of reforesting on a very difficult site. If nothing is done to that burned area, it's just going to revert to gorse. Gorse seed lives in the soil for up to 100 years before it gets going by the fire. The second thing we'd like to see is the council install a couple of water tanks to hold water for the firefighters. There's no reticulated water here, and much of the area is a long distance from the road. In attachment C, this is recommended by the council officers, and it was recommended in a wildfire assessment that was done for the buyer's block a couple of years ago. I understand that during the fire, some of the firefighters at the gap ran out of water for about an hour. I also appreciate that helicopters cannot be brought in the dark. Hoses have to be taken hundreds of metres up very steep terrain on cliff tops. They told me it took an hour to get the hoses up to my place. These fires started around 1 a.m, so it is somewhat of a miracle that there was no wind blowing to take the fires out of control. As it was, it took 12 hours. 2 large water tanks wouldn't cost much and would enable water to be immediately accessible. As I said, that's already been recommended some time ago by expert assessors brought in by the council to advise on the fire risk. So we're here to ask for implementation of a plan to restore the burned and gorse-covered areas, and we'd like to see some precautionary water tanks installed immediately. And this is just final photo to show you how close the fire got to some of the most beautiful scenery in Auckland, which is also the proposed route of the new route of a new part of the Hillary Trail, and one of the reasons the land was bought. Just shows what stands to be lost if fire gets away in this location. So thank you, Madam Chair. We're both happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll let actually Councillor Cooper, and I think it is self-explanatory, and we will pick this up, not necessarily within the item, but we will follow these up and certainly make some progress. Councillor Cooper.
First, I want to acknowledge you, Sandra and Peter, for the decades, and your family before you, for looking after this gem. And, you know, my condolences to you, because it must be absolutely heartbreaking to see all your work just go up in flames like that, or a significant part of it. The question I had was, we know that you were chair of regional parks in the ARC, and I just want to know whether you think that we're spending less money on our regional parks and pest management than before amalgamation, since amalgamation.
I think that's true. It's a question I've raised with officers from time to time. Not only, I think, have the budgets been lowered, but also some of the income that used to come into regional parks now goes into the rest of the council's budget, and I'm talking about the income from things like farming, camping, licences for things like cell phone towers on regional parks, the batches. That money is no longer coming in. But certainly I think the biosecurity budget is, because the two work very closely together, and I understand that there's not a lot of money, and maybe Mr Kimpton could help with this, but when a new piece of land is bought, like that buyer's block, which is something like 200 acres, and had been neglected over quite a long period of time, I'm not sure that very much budget follows it in terms of getting it into good health.
And so just on that, I just want to say at the GAP consultation last year, that was brought up to me as well. A lot of the locals said you've got to make sure you make this safe and create access for firefighters. That was one of the common themes that came through, and I think once this has gone into regional parks, then that hopefully will happen. Thank you.
Okay, so there's three things we can pick up there. We'll go, I've got, Councillor Lee and Councillor Walker. Councillors, I will have you both speaking, but I'd like you to keep it very brief. We will pick these issues up and we will come back to the committee on these issues. We have a huge agenda, and we also have quite a lot of apologies for early departure. So let's just stay focused. Councillor Walker.
Sure. I'd make the assumption that if you're looking at hydro seeding, that there's some immediacy around this because of the time of year. You really want to get the seed on the ground right now, correct?
Yep.
So I've just got a question around our ability to respond quickly. I just invite some comment.
Yeah, Councillor, that's one of the points. I don't want to put staff on the spot right now with an immediate answer that may be, either overly enthusiastic or underwhelmingly unsupportive. I think it needs some serious consideration with urgency that we actually deal with the three requests that have come to us, and I'd like us to deal with it in a slightly more planned and orderly way. But the urgency is absolutely understood. We're right at the time when we need to deal with this now. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Sandra and Peter. I know you've been planting and working on that land for many years now. In terms of the impact of the fire, in your view, is the gorse significantly more flammable than the broadleaf native plants you've been planting?
It absolutely looks like that, and I'd be interested. I imagine that regional parks will be bringing in, I've been told actually they're bringing in have I? No, I'll put a question mark over that. I hope they're bringing in somebody to actually, given that there was a pre-report on fire risk, to actually say, look at it now, but it absolutely looked like that. And the other thing is, like, when you see the areas that the fire has gone through, there was just gorse, there's nothing there, it was bare ground, as you could see from those photos. Whereas in quite a lot of our place, there are flaxes and other things that'll probably sprout away, hopefully. So I think it's not only it goes slower, but also you've got something left there to regenerate.
Can I just ask also, in your experience, the unique situation along that coastline, quite elevated and open to the sea, the gorse seems to be permanently stunted. In other words, in more sheltered environments, the gorse grows up and then other stuff grows underneath it, but your gorse seems to be locked into a kind of a permanent teenage. And
that's right. It's like a hedge almost. It's kind of knotted together. But actually, when I started working on some of that area recently, over Christmas before I did my back-in. When I parted and started to get down to the bottom, there was a lot of climbing asparagus in there, so it's actually, as I said, acting as a nursery clock for climbing asparagus.
And nothing else.
So it does need intervention.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
Thank you.
just, I guess, members of the committee and Peter and Sandra, Dean is emailing our staff as we speak. So we will not only get back to you with a response, but to the committee, because this is obviously of high importance and high profile. So thank you both.
Madam Chair and committee members.
I'm happy to move that we thank
Second.
Sandra and Peter, seconded councillor Cooper. I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, and it's carried with warmth and respect. Thank you. Now we've got local board input from Lamonga, Lydia Sosine from Mangere o Tahuhu. Now, I'm just checking that I've got this the right way around, and then we've got Lotu, Fully and Angela Dalton, and David Collins from Howick. This is all around the swimming pool issue. So I think where we got to is we've got the three speakers who will come and speak at the item, which is the next one, and Lydia wished to speak separately, so I just need to make sure we've got everyone round the right way. So if I have got it the right way, warm welcome, Lydia.
Madam Chair, we were actually wanting to speak at the local board after Manarewa, and we're going to speak with Aotearoa Whakatotoa.
It's fine.
The item of that.
I thought it looked a little bit the wrong way around, that's why I checked. So shall we go, shall we just move to the item and then work out the right order? So Manarewa and then Otara Papatoetoi. And okay, got it. So let's move then to, so local board input, as you've heard, we're going to do it all at the item. Extraordinary business, there is none. Notices of motion, there aren't any. So we'll move straight to item 9 and invite Angela, who's the chair of Manarewa, to speak to the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors, Your Worship, members of the IMSB. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this item today, and I would like to also acknowledge my colleagues from the South who are here to do the same thing. What I thought I might do is to start at where I was going to finish, which is my recommendation to you from the Manarewa Local Board. And then I just wanted to speak to a couple of things in the report and just finish with a reference to the policy. The view of my board is that a wider discussion around pools is really timely, but to enable the local boards to respond to it, it should take place as part of the long-term plan discussions as our budgets are now finalised for this coming financial year. So in that context, I'd recommend the status quo option on your report, option 1, with a deferral to a region-wide shared governance discussion through the LTP. Just in terms of the report before you, I'd like it to be noted the sample size of the Gravitas survey. It's quite small. Over the 336 people surveyed, there was only a 20% response rate for street intercept interviews, a 26% response rate for the computer-generated phone calls, and it seems to me to be quite a small sample size on which you can draw a conclusion. That could be why I find option 3 a little bit odd, particularly when the comment that goes with it is that it specifically targets the impact of pricing policy. The Learn to Swim program is of enormous value, there's no doubt about that, but it is not the impetus for increasing participation numbers for children and for adults in our pools in Manarewa. And the barrier, according to our pool staff and our community, is the adult charge for supervising children, and also the lack of awareness it is that children under 16 are still free. That's something that we continue to be challenged with every year, is getting the message out that it is free for children to swim. But why we charge $1 for supervising adults has always astounded me. It continues to baffle me why we would have that charge in place. And if there was any investment, if you were considering any investment in this coming financial year, perhaps it might be to remove that charge for Manarewa, because the numbers that I have is $9,000 per annum, and that might give us a clue as to if that actually is the barrier. Outside of that, if the users don't pay, who does pay? And I think you consider options around that, and I just wanted to address those specifically for my board. There were good reasons for why my board didn't introduce a targeted rate like our colleagues did in the south. Only 7% of our residents use the pools, and it would have been inequitable, and it didn't find any favour in our informal and our formal discussions with our communities. And secondly, and importantly, it was very clear to us that the way that the budgetary constraints were heading, we were going to be facing introducing local or targeted rate within the next few years. And here we are now in the governance framework review, and we'll be through the long-term plan discussing the introduction of local and targeted rates. So to put that on top of an already pool targeted rate was not going to be very fair for our communities. The local discretionary funds, so why don't we pay it out of our LDI? 3 reasons. For us, it sets a bit of a precedent that would arguably extend to the local board funding hall and community centre hire that previously wasn't in place for users. So we have users that serve our community well. They weren't being charged to use the hall. They're running residents and ratepayers groups. Now we charge them. And they're coming to the board asking for us to pay for those charges. And so it will just go on as the policies change. Secondly, the board doesn't have any certainty over the next drain on our LDI due to the savings within the organisation. So every restructure that's taking place is impacting on our budget. And I guess lastly, we'll run out of money. So it comes down to savings, like everything does. So strategically, from my view, the principle of the lean techniques achieved within Manukau Leisure, applying the same model to the balance of the organisation and the CCOs, will realise millions of dollars of savings. Immediately, perhaps reviewing the allocation of funding to third parties who deliver in the area of pool participation and carry overheads themselves to cover before passing that funding on to the swimming pools that are delivering the lessons. Maybe we should be funding those directly. Just in terms of the policy, the 2013 policy, so the goal of the policy was to enable all young people to access our aquatic facilities, to promote a sense of belonging, provide equity of access, help raise the level of children's swimming abilities. And one of the objectives of that policy was to increase the number of children 16 and under utilising council-owned aquatic facilities. And the benefits of the policy, one of the benefits of the policy was removing price as a barrier to swimming for young people 16 and under, contribute to cohesive, resilient communities through encouraging use of aquatic facilities, health and well-being, and also contributing to maximising the use of our facilities. And I think that's important to keep in mind, particularly if there are going to be any discussions in the future heading towards charging for 16 and under. And although it's not part of today's discussion, I'd like to draw a line in the sand and say that that idea would fly completely in the face of our policy, which is to enable those facilities to children to go swimming. Both the 2016 impact assessment report that was done for council and the 2017 Gravitas report that you have today confirm for you that there has been a significant impact at both of our pools. One of our pools is only open a few months a year. It was costing us to charge, so we removed the charges. So we do in fact have a free pool in Manarewa, albeit only 4 months of the year. If we looked at current numbers, just talking around the, potentially charging for under 16s, the numbers that I have show that this will generate a revenue of approximately $84,000. And that would halve immediately as soon as you introduce a charge. So the income benefit for charging for young people is outweighed by the negative social and health impacts. I guess I'll wrap up. If you look at the pre-policy number of attendance numbers at our pools, which are different to the numbers you have, and that's just another thing that, we need to make sure that the numbers that we're looking at are all the same and accurate. Pool participation for our Manarewa pool was 347,352. As soon as that pool policy, the pricing policy was introduced, that number dropped to 196,322. And so our pools dropped 70%. And that was adults and children. So this isn't just adults not coming. The adults aren't coming and they're not bringing the children as well. what we've seen, and it shows in your report, but I've seen our numbers as well, and the numbers are sitting around the mid 200,000s now, and maybe that's the number. Maybe that's the number that we have, and that's another discussion that we need to have. If we're still asking our people to try and achieve the pre-pricing policy number, that's just not achievable, and that changes the dynamic of the discussion that we have. We know that our poor participants don't travel from Papakura to Manurewa anymore for a free swim, they're staying in Papakura. And we know some of our residents are travelling over to our neighbours to have a free swim. But we also know that the supervising charge, adult charge, is a stretch. So the answer is in there somewhere, but it needs to be that holistic discussion that forms part of the long-term plan, and that would be my board's recommendation to you today, that we have a good look at it, we do it properly, and we do it at a time when we're all forming our budgets. At the moment, our budgets are finalised for this coming financial year, and we wouldn't be able to come to the table with anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Just to probably aid the process a little bit, some of the discussion that's been happening organisationally and around the table is that there's a reasonable degree of comfort with status quo. You know, let's be honest, if any change was to be made, it would only be made during the LTP process. So I know that we can have a really long discussion on this, or we can actually move reasonably quickly to agree that the status quo remains at this time. This is useful background information, but this is not the time to have the big debate about pool charges. So I know that we've got 3 other local boards wishing to speak and comment on this.
Thank you.
I'm just putting this out there to say, you know, welcome to hear from you, but if we're all heading in the same direction, we could probably use the time a little bit more wisely.
Agree.
So,
Good to know. Thank you.
questions, Sir John?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move that we keep the status quo.
Okay, I hear you. Let me just check protocol-wise. We do have 3 boards who are wishing to speak, so let's signal you wishing to move. I suspect that Councillor Newman would
Happy
wish
to
to second. And can I just, our 3 other board representatives, would you like to come forward as well, and we can just, perhaps at this stage, if you want to just add to the conversation rather than long conversations. So warm welcome to Chair Sosene, who is going to be the next speaker off the ranks.
Look, first can I say thank you, Chair and Governing Board members, for allowing this quick opportunity, and we will add to the kōrero that's happening. Just really want to make quick intros. We have our local board members, Carol Elliott, Deputy Chair Walter Tongiamoa, Nick Bakulich, but also Otara Papatoetoe representative, Mary Gosh from Otara Papatoetoe. And
Mary.
as a Manukau ward, we really, it's about our response to this report. And Chair, we just would like the opportunity to make a few comments in our response, and we'll be really quick but add to the kōrero. So as a board, highly surprised in terms of the information that was presented, and it was brought to my attention yesterday because I'd been away. But Chair, inequitable impacts of the region-wide swimming pool pricing policy, and understand there's been quite a bit of work in terms of where it all started in 2013, understand that there were key objectives, and also understand what officers had brought forward. So we as a board, our views were not included in this report. Can I say that the officers did come to our board in February, but we were not asked these questions. And so we, as you are aware, first of 2 boards to introduce targeted rate for entry. We're not going to send our tamariki rangatahi to the pools without adult supervision. And as you can appreciate, major political call in area of high deprivation. A number of you will know the stats. And so our recommendation is that the report is inequitable. Our last slide is that we support option 2 in principle. And again, as you've heard the earlier board, wanting to have a really wide discussion as to where this should sit in terms of the collation of the report. And so we put forward agree in principle. However, we do not believe that option 3 in subsidising swimming programs is a feasible option, because we actually haven't had that conversation. And that's our presentation, Madam Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And I just want to check, Mary, did you have anything to add from?
Yes, Madam Chair. I've got an email here from our chair. So firstly, if I could put her apology for Lotu Foley, our chairperson. I'd like to read what she's put through. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today. Our local board was not consulted on the options in this report, and our views on these options are not included in it. The reason our board sought a targeted rate to fund entry for all to local pools is to address the inequitable access issues that the region-wide policy on pool charges for adults has created for areas of high deprivation, such as our local board area. We believe the report recommendation is inequitable. If we had been asked, our local board would have had more support for option 2, removing pool entry charges for adults accompanying children aged 16 years of age and under across Howick, Manurewa, Mangere o Tahuhu and Otara Papatoetoe local boards. We do not think option 3, subsidising swimming programs in Howick and Manurewa, is a solution to resolving inequity. It just creates more inequity for Otara Papatoetoe residents. I apologise that I'm unable to attend in person, as I have another meeting in Manukau. So, and from myself, Madam Chair, I just would like to add, our board, we try our best to, in all our decision making, be transparent and accountable, and what this recommendation is doing is creating that imbalance, and so we would urge that we don't want to go down this road, because I mean the governing body should be setting the example, and so that it should be the same for all. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. That's clearly understood. So thank you. Well, oh, yes, Carol.
I just want to add one other little thing. These proposals seem to go against the whole philosophy of the absolute revolution we have had in setting up the super city. We were forced in this way because we realised we had inequity in our boards of trying to have continual, as all of Manukau City did, free admission to pools. So we had to go through the arduous process of going out and consulting, and the two boards did widely, and we were told, yes, that they would go for that. It was $13 per household per year when we had one pool. It is now $31 per household per year for our ward now, because we have two. We have Toya, which is so successful that in the summer they have to have sessions. They have 2 sessions a day. It is so popular. And also the other thing we did when we first initiated this, County's Manukau District Health Board wrote to our board congratulating us for our green prescription for the nanas and the papas who could come and do their green prescription exercises and do their exercise at the pool without having to worry about finding the money for it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. I think we'll move on to the actual item now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Kat and team. I think let's keep the presentation to a bit of a minimum. I think we, you know, the bottom line is I think we've got a lot of work to do going into the LTP, just listening to our local boards and the feedback around regional inequities. I think that's where we need to pick these up. So I'll hand over to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. what I wanted to do was just walk you through the background to this piece of policy advice. So back in April 13, the governing body adopted the region-wide swimming pool pricing policy, which was very much targeted at young people, providing free access for children 16 years of age and under. And it didn't address any other user or service charges. Then we did a impact assessment in March of 2016, went to the Finance and Performance Committee. The results of that impact assessment were that the policy created and delivered on one of its objectives, which was equity of access for children. The pricing policy led to an 18-month increase in visits. However, that wasn't sustained in the long term. Participation rates dropped back to their usual baseline trends prior to the policy. So we had a peak in participation that then dropped off. The policy also resulted in an inequitable impact on Māori and Chinese users. We saw that participation rates amongst those two population groups declined across the network, and it was more pronounced in particular areas. We saw decreased visits to two particular pools in the south, which were Manurewa and Lloyd Ellesmere. We also saw that visits remained constant in the areas that introduced targeted rates. So on that basis, we were requested to provide options to increase participation rates. There was no discussion about any changes to the regional pricing policy. It was all about addressing participation rates as a result of the impact of the policy. So here we are today to discuss some options in terms of how we might address those participation rates. In order to provide advice to the committee, we undertook some research just to get a better sense in terms of how the data had changed since that impact assessment. We found that there was a steady increase in participation rates across the network. So if we go back to the impact assessment, we saw a decline after 18 months. After that, it has started to progressively increase again across the network. So at a network level, at a general participation rate, we're starting to see good numbers across the network. And now we're actually starting to see problems across the network in terms of capacity. So the pools during peak hours and also peak times, as in summer school holidays in particular, are at or over capacity, and that's resulting in overcrowding. It's resulting in some changes in terms of programming, and that potentially has a negative impact in terms of maintenance costs of pools and all of those sorts of things. We have also seen that the participation rates at those two pools in the south that I identified earlier, where there was a drop in participation, Manurewa and Lloyd Ellesmere, their participation rates have significantly improved from where they were. Where the baseline trend was going down, there is improvement across those two pools. It is now tracking upwards. Not on the same trajectory as the other pools, but it is improving. Then we did some targeted research into 4 local board areas to talk to the people that to find out what the barriers were and the drivers were to participation into those pools. Community told us, and it was reasonably consistent across the people across all 4 local board areas, that lack of time was a significant problem for them. Overcrowding was a significant problem for them. Price was an issue in only one of those local board areas. However, price was a driver when it came to actually increasing their participation. So it wasn't a barrier, but it was an issue that they looked at when they were deciding whether they should go to the pool more often. They also suggested improved facilities would influence their decision-making to swim more, and lessons in particular would increase their visits to pools. So now we have some quite specific information that helps us assess some options around the pools. So the options that we have on the table are basically the status quo. And the reason for that would be that the problem in terms of general participation rates has largely corrected itself. We now have a problem with pools potentially being at overcapacity at peak times. This option has no budget implications, However, let's be clear that it doesn't address the inequitable impact of the regional pricing policy. And that impact was on Māori and Chinese people and young people. So in terms of how we assess this option, it delivers a small and steady increase in participation, doesn't address inequity. We then go to option 2, which was to remove entry charges for adults accompanying children in Howick, Manurewa, Mangere o Tāhuhu, Otara Papatoetoe local board areas. This particular option removes price, which was a barrier to participation in those local board areas. So we remember back in the Manukau City Council days, the policy was that there was free access for adults and children. And when we introduced the regional policy, that had an impact on both adult and children participation rates. So we can see that the policy isn't necessarily delivering on that access issue for young people. This is a very broad option. So it doesn't target the Māori and Chinese people in particular, but it will deliver a response to that because it delivers for the whole populace within those catchments of those pools. So it has a windfall gain for adults that are currently prepared to pay to take their children to the pool. There's a potential risk around this option in terms of pools being over capacity at the moment. They may not be able to cope with increased visits. So when we look back at the impact of that regional pricing policy when it was introduced in 2013, we saw an 18-month spike in participation rates. It's logical to assume that we're going to get the same spike in participation rates, which is going to potentially put pools that are at capacity certainly over capacity. Because it's a broad approach, there are significant costs associated with it. So these are estimated to be $1.2 million per annum. So the recommendation around this is that the committee makes an in-principle decision on this option and notes that it requires funding to be allocated during the long-term planning process. And within that process, that's where you'll look at other policy decisions that have been made into the LTP, and you'll consider the trade-offs between those policy positions and when you come to allocating funding. So we believe this option delivers increased participation in South Auckland where price was known to be a barrier. We then have a very targeted option, which is to subsidise swimming lessons in Howick and Manurewa. And so this is targeted at Māori and Chinese people at those two particular pools. So it addresses the inequitable impact of the regional pricing policy, and it addresses the specific impact on those pools within the network. The added benefit of this option is that it addresses a second component of the regional swimming pool pricing policy, which was around improving swimming skills and competencies of young people. By delivering lessons, we will deliver on that objective. It addresses the barriers to participation. It addresses issues around pools being at capacity because they will be run at off-peak times. It has a cost estimated to be $150,000 per annum. This would also be an in-principle decision. It would require funding to be allocated during the long-term planning process. And again, you'll go through the exercise of assessing trade-offs against other policy options. The issue around this particular option is that it creates an additional set of inequity. It could be conceived to be unfair because we are targeting a particular population groups in response to the regional policy. We now create another set of inequity. This option, we believe, will deliver on the objective of increasing participation by Māori and Chinese young people, and it will increase and improve their swimming abilities.
So let's just go to where we had got to with Sir John moving status quo. If you have a look at the recommendations on page 8, if people are of a mind to basically pick this up in a more finessed way during the LTP process, we can simply move that the status quo will remain in the short term as there's no budgetary allocation, and then C, to agree that changes to this policy require additional resources and et cetera will be considered during the LTP. It feels that unless there's a strong move to start to give direction to this, that might be the best place to have that discussion. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I second that. If so, the wording, as I understand it, for A and B will just be collapsed into that the committee endorse the status quo option. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I think a lot has been said here this morning. I just think that, frankly, we need to step back from this set of recommendations. I have some sympathy for what was expressed by Lydia Soseni, but I don't think that this is a place, I don't think this is a report to delve into the mechanics of how we address any perceived inequity here. So I'm very comfortable, and hopefully we can just progress this on the basis of the status quo and have a conversation through the long-term plan debate, and hopefully the Mayor will be able to provide some oversight in this so that we can progress it in that manner. But I don't think this is an item that I want to see debated this morning at length, resulting in option 2 or option 3.
And the suggestion from Dean is that we add in a recommendation where we do go back to our local boards and flesh out this conversation. The wider issue is that the regional implications, and to be honest, I know for Councillor Cooper and myself from the west with some equally deprived communities, we need to look at regional equity, because to be absolutely blunt, this issue is wider than just South Auckland, and I think that needs to be picked up in the LTP. So that's been moved and seconded. So speaking to the recommendation, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be supporting the recommendation. I think, and I'll put away the speech that I had eloquently written last night on this matter. But the one issue I think that has, where I think Councillor Newman is correct in saying that he's showing sympathy for what Le Maunga has said from Mangere o Tahu. The issue goes back, and I'm glad that we're adding consultation again, or going back to the local boards. That's what's driven their concern. And I think it needs to be said that if there's communication breakdown between officers, between the way in which the local board has the ability to communicate their concerns or feel like they've got input, we've got to correct those. Now, I know that the motion is going to deal to that, but I think that is what has driven the fact that they've come with a PowerPoint presentation. I think even Chair Dalton put it really eloquently today and touched on parts of the research that she felt were inadequate. So I just think let's get the conversation happening better with the local boards. I've come from a local board background. If we can do that, then we're operating in the shared governance space. I just think we've got to be careful in how we bring these things to committee, and some parts of our council decision-making body are feeling left out, and I think that needs to be said. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Now we've got Councillor Fletcher, and then the Mayor, then Councillor Philip Heiner, then Councillor Cooper.
Don't worry.
Councillors, remember
Too
we
much.
are
It's okay.
heading for status
I
quo.
won't.
I will just say,
Save
and
it
I'll
for the LTP.
apologise in advance for being a tough chair today. Everyone gets grumpy when we go through till 4. Everyone criticises the chair when we go through till 4 or 5. You are here for the day, those of you who are staying. I will endeavour to make it quicker, but it's in our hands. Councillor Fletcher.
Madam Chair, I don't want to prolong the debate because I'm one of those that is leaving early. All I would ask is, in supporting the status quo for the purposes of moving forward today, is that communities of interest as well as local boards can be areas that our officers will give special consideration to. I know that you also have an interest in Special Olympics. There are a wide range of our community that need consideration when we come to the LTP and we are looking at this more fully. So I just send a signal to our officers that we have got a very complex situation here, and if we are going to address it fully, then it is not just geographical communities, it is communities of interest, particularly those with disability, that need to have special attention.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Good point. Councillor, hang on. No, sorry, not Councillor Goff. Mayor Goff.
Be a councillor if you like, Madam Chair. Look, very briefly, I support the status quo. I think the problem with option 2 and 3 is that each creates more inequities than it solves. And if we had any worry, it would be around 2 areas. One, we might worry that some kids might not get to swimming pools because the adults can't afford the dollar sum, but I don't know that that's been demonstrated. And secondly, in relation to swimming lessons, I just think we've got to be a bit more inventive in how we do it than choose 2 board areas arbitrarily and say that's where we'd subsidise swimming lessons. You might start with drowning fatalities and work out which communities have the greatest number of fatalities. And that may be Pacifica, actually, rather than Maori or Chinese. We would need to know that. I don't think that creating free entry for adults in an area that's probably a decile 9 socio-economic area addresses the inequity of areas that are decile 1. So of all of the options, the status quo is the best. And if we want to target the areas of where cost may be an obstacle or lack of ability to learn to swim may be contributing to fatalities, then we need better targeted methods than those that are proposed in option 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Cooper.
It's okay, I won't take up any time. We'll save it for the LTP. Okay, I just want to comment that we just haven't really addressed, if you look at this survey, overcrowded, cleanliness for every single one, and that's where we haven't hit the sweet spot on the under 16 free either, because we can't keep building the pools bigger. We have to somehow look at this. We know we can't even afford pools in areas with none, let alone making the ones we've already got bigger, and so that's my concern around maintaining and then more operational costs. It's quite scary. So I'm looking forward to the conversation about all the policies and the targeted rates in the LTP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, Deputy Chair Philip Baina.
Thank you, Chair. And very, very briefly, just want to acknowledge the local boards in the Manukau ward around the targeted rate. Firstly, because as Member Elliott said, it was more around the mamas and papas that now have access to it than our young, our rangatahi, because of the amount of aerobics that we had there. So I just want to acknowledge both our local boards in regards to that targeted rate. Also, Chair, and again very briefly, the KPMG report that came out in 2011, when this discussion around free swimming pools that we had as those members around here, around at the amalgamation, that report identified monies, and just to our staff, I think it's important when we do head into that conversation as per B, that KPMG report that's there at least adds to the conversation that we will have. That was in 2011. And Chair, just on the point that Councillor Fletcher made around disabilities, I know that when we discussed this particular item in October of 2012, one of my concerns, and they were relayed to me by ex-councillor of Manukau City Council, Colleen Brown, who has a son with disabilities, but her concern was around caregivers with people that had a carer with disabilities, and the fact that they had to pay as well. So I look forward to the open discussion that will take place during the long-term plan, and again, I definitely support that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. And last word to Councillor Clow.
Nothing
Finance
to say,
Chair.
just in C. I can't see why we're putting them particularly in South Auckland. Why can that not be? Why can that not be removed?
I didn't want to raise that, as I might be accused, being from the west, of being difficult, but I think it's a fair point. Thank you. I think we've reached a sensible landing point. I do, however, want to acknowledge the staff and the work that was done. You did what we asked you to do. We just now realise that perhaps we were a little bit premature in that asking, but it's very useful leading into the LTP. Katanaina?
Sorry, through the Chair, can I just get a question of clarification, because we don't have any work on the work program for C.
Yeah.
We had work on the work program. It went to Finance and Performance Committee, and we were instructed to be quite specific about looking at the south.
Sure.
This piece of work finishes that direction by the Finance and Performance Committee. Is C saying you would like us to yet again start another work program more broadly, as we don't have, we haven't got anything else to refer to other local boards apart from the specific piece of work to the south?
Okay, I think this starts a very good discussion, and it certainly points at what the policy does, and when you turn the policy dials, how it impacts. I think please correct me if I'm wrong, but to me the most logical starting point for this is for us in the LTP to decide if we want to change, move and reset the dial on this policy, then we will go and talk to the boards. My understanding of C is, and we perhaps, I think it's a good point to pick it up, that we pick up this consultation as part of the LTP process. We're not asking you to do that now. Are we all, that's what we thought we would do? Good, so then let's just clarify in that. Okay, I'm going, so if we just refer that through the LTP as part of the LTP process. I'm going to put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you for that clarification, Kat.
Though you can't refer that bit because you might have a different something to put through.
Right, thank you. I knew that would be a fulsome discussion, and it was. So let's move on now to our next critical issue, which is our review, the Auckland Cultural and Heritage Sector Review. And I do want to acknowledge the visitors that we have with us from the sector, particularly Professor David Gainstuff, the new lead at the Auckland Museum. It's lovely to have you here, and of course William Randall, Michael Frawley from MOTAT and other representatives of the organisations. Just before we start this, and I know there's been a huge amount of interest in this sectoral review, this is now our time to have a look at this cultural sector as a whole, and to make sure that as we visit cities overseas who have thriving and well-functioning cultural centres that are well governed and understandable to their communities, we're aiming for the same thing. This work has been started through parts of the reviews that were done, and the framework that was set out, and this now takes us to the next step. We heard from our Howick Village representatives, and we're now going to hear from our staff, who will explain quite clearly why we are holding this as a first and initial piece of work that is done with our large organisations. And we do have, and I know Ed's got some words that I think may give our Howick representatives a little bit of hope in this process when we come to the recommendations. But this isn't going back to first principles, this is actually having a look at how we can make these major institutions more functional, more successful, and to greater reflect the huge amount of work that they already do. Okay, right. Ed and Alistair, warm welcome. And Ed, particular acknowledgement to you for this huge amount of the work that you've done already. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. The purpose of this paper this morning is to approve the terms of reference for the review of Auckland's cultural heritage institutions, which the Finance and Performance Committee established in March. Fundamentally, the review is about getting the best out of our cultural heritage investment, which is over $60 million a year. I just want to make some brief remarks about three key aspects of the review in the terms of reference: the strategic context in which it takes place, the scope of the review, and the key purposes of the review. The key strategic context for the review is set by Toi Wheteke, the Auckland Arts and Culture Strategic Action Plan. Council adopted Toi Wheteke in late 2014 following an extensive period of development of the strategy by the Auckland cultural sector. Toi Wheteke therefore sets the basic parameters for the proposed review, notably in two areas. Firstly, to ensure governance and funding arrangements of council-funded institutions enable them to operate sustainably and collaboratively, and secondly, to support a network of complementary arts and cultural institutions and facilities. In terms of scope for the review, we propose that the review will focus on our major cultural heritage institutions, namely Auckland Museum, Auckland Art Gallery, MOTAT, the New Zealand Maritime Museum, and Stardome Observatory and Planetarium. This is a very deliberate choice that we're making here, and the focus on these institutions is because these are Auckland's regional scale institutions. They're the ones where there's the most to gain from an improved system. They're the ones with the most current pressing issues, and dealing with these institutions keeps the review manageable in scale. We do recognise, thinking about what was said this morning by the Howick Historical Village, that there are other institutions of a medium and small scale around the city which are part of the Auckland cultural heritage ecosystem. We propose that these are dealt with at a later stage, but that the reviewers are asked to consult those institutions and take account of their perspectives when making their recommendations. Just to quickly remind you of the key purposes of this review, the first is to set out whether there's a case for change to achieve greater strategic and structural coherence and value from council investment in the cultural heritage sector. Secondly, the review should determine the key strategic objectives and priorities we should be seeking from our council investment. And thirdly, having determined those strategic priorities, state what needs to change in sector governance and structure to support and achieve that. The terms of reference also sets out a few more specific issues for consideration, including things such as MOTAT's investment needs, the New Zealand Maritime Museum and Stardome's respective locations, the role of regional facilities Auckland as it relates to cultural heritage, the legislative levy systems for Auckland Museum and MOTAT, opportunities for a more collaborative model as is common in cities overseas, and I refer you to the second attachment to the report, which gives some examples of such systems. But fundamentally, what we really want the review to do is explore what might work for Auckland and respect the mana and strengths of the institutions, how they've developed over time, and how they continue to evolve, and some of their special purposes, thinking, for example, of the Auckland War Memorials, the Auckland Museum's War Memorial function. So happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed. Councillor Simpson. So we'll just do questions first, then we'll move to the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got two questions. Could you please just clarify for me the definition of institutions operating at a regional level, because that was the understanding. And the second thing, my second question is the terms of reference. You say they were developed in conjunction with, and you list the organisations. Were the terms of reference approved by those organisations? I mean, were they happy with the terms of reference?
I'll take the second question first. We didn't seek specific sign-off of the terms of reference, but we did send round an initial draft and a revised draft to the institutions and incorporated their feedback. On the first question, it's a matter of judgment really about which institutions are regional in scale, but those 5 institutions typically respond to the needs of the wider region rather than being specifically embedded in a particular part of one of Auckland's many communities.
Yeah, I'm just not sure of your answer on the second question. I just heard the Howick village, and they're saying they do operate regionally. Just because they're called Howick, people might think it's just Howick, but potentially it's a bit wider than that. So I'm not really sure I've got an answer for operating. I mean, all these institutions are in someone's area. So you could say that the Stardome was, could have been called the Mount Eden Stardome. So I'm just not sure. I haven't really got the reasoning why they're not incorporated.
So you want a sense of how do we understand the uniqueness, the scope and the reach of the organisations that have been chosen?
Yeah. I think if I could just suggest, Madam Chair, that Parliament has in fact decided that 4 of these institutions are of regional significance and put legislation in place to ensure that they are funded regionally. The Maritime Museum and Stardome are part of the regional amenities funding legislation. MOTAT and the War Memorial Museum both have their own acts of parliament to ensure that they were funded by the former local authorities of Auckland. So
That's the driver. That's what you're-
Parliament decided that they were of regional significance.
The report doesn't reflect that that potentially is the driver.
I think it's kind of inherent in there, but we need, when we're explaining it to people, we need to make that absolutely clear. Good question, councillor. Councillor Clow.
Yeah. I have similar concerns as Councillor Simpson, and I'll come back to those later, but these are just questions, two questions. Can you define built cultural heritage institutions which are excluded? Isn't Auckland Museum a built cultural heritage institution?
The reference to built cultural heritage there is not to institutions, but to, for example, listed historic houses. So that's getting into the work of the heritage team at council rather than the institutions.
And in the terms on page 30, the review should take into consideration the following specific aspects or issues, and there's a list of entities there. Yet the arts, community and events section of the council, which is under Dean's command, who are the authors of Toi Wheteke, are not actually been asked to be part of this or be consulted. Seems a bit unusual when they put together the overall strategy.
The intention here is to take Toi Wheteke and look at one specific subsector rather than deal with the whole sector again. There's a significant amount of work had been done through Toi Wheteke, and I think what we're doing here is identifying that we've got some specific issues with cultural heritage institutions that we need to address. We acknowledge that there are potentially issues with some of the other institutions, but I think that we want to keep this manageable and coherent.
Third one is, and it goes back to Councillor Simpson, so we've got a number of institutions that would argue they are regional as well, and clearly the Parr Estate and the James Wallace Trust is a significant one. Te Uru and Lopdale out in Titirangi, the Corbyn's Estate in Henderson, and there's a couple of other examples, and of course there's the Howard example. They have pretty major budgetary considerations, and there is a bit of inequity in some of the way they're done. And then importantly, and I'm specifically referring to Te Uru and the Parr Estate, it's really important they work collaboratively with the Auckland Art Museum and between all of them, because there's a vast body of work. Indeed, about 99% of the artwork is actually used in storage, which obviously we want to move it around and get it displayed as much as possible. Yet they're not part of this review, when that's a huge part of, looking on page 27, it's a huge part of the strategic context to operate under 2.11, to operate sustainably and collaboratively, to meet gaps, and 3.11 to meet gaps in future provision. It just seems a huge gap there that we're missing. I mean, it's a bit like doing the Port Future study and only doing 2/3 of it. I can't help why we would want to address some of these bigger questions later, because there's a lot of other quite large entities out there that, and the Wallace Estate, which is booming, is probably the best one, a really good example, and yet it's not being considered. And I know it's under the Parks Department, or the building is, but anyway, we don't need to go there.
I can see
under the local
Kat
board.
itching to make a comment. Probably this is as good a time as any, because I think some of these questions will be about that. We're just drawing a little ripple diagram here. We've got the central, the core that we're looking at here, and I think what people aren't seeing, what I'm hearing from Councillor Clow and Councillor Simpson, is what's the hook or the next step that's actually going to deal with some of these? Are they completely out in the dark to be ignored, or are they the next tier out that will be considered? So, Kat, do you want to comment on Councillor Clow's issues?
Yes. Just through the chair, I just think we need to note that the scope of this work, particularly led by these two gentlemen, is around those institutions where we have little control over funding. This is why staff from our CCO area are leading this. The rest of the work that many of you are talking about is highly linked to toi whatiki. It is in the realms of this committee's delegations, and my area leads both the parks, community facilities and events portion of all of that. And we are happy to take recommendations or actions that, if you want to see, have a wider look at how you invest going forward, like we are doing with many of our parks approaches, that we could bring a scope back to the committee, clearly linked to toi whatiki, and opening up for you to have a wider view of investment under toi whatiki and how you might want to do that more going into the future. We could bring that back for you to have a look at.
Just a further comment though, I mean, we're going to bring in an international expert and then, you know, maybe someone from New Zealand and finance and whatever. So we're spending a bit of money on this, and it just seems that I would imagine when they come here, say an international person who, I don't know, may have dealt with Melbourne or whatever, and who will say, well, wait a minute, let's have a look at the next level down, and indeed would be hugely interested to be visiting those entities to sort of see. And I go back to the strategic context of the terms, you know, we grow and deliver strategic investment and support a network of complementary arts. And so, you know, on page 27, so 2.1 and 3.1 are pretty crucial, and it does have that cascading effect. And we don't need to get down to the real smaller ones, but we've got another level that are very substantial organisations, and just emphasise again the collaborative nature that we want them to operate under.
Could we do both?
Alistair?
Madam Chair, I think our advice to you on this review is that the greatest challenges and opportunities that we've identified in this sector from our perspective are with these regional scale ones. We're never envisaging that that is the end of the issue. We're just advising you that let's do this work, let's get this right, cognizant of those sub-regional and smaller organisations that are out there, and then that work can be done later to plug that in. We're not saying ignore those, because they are part of the context which the regional institutions operate in, but to make this a manageable piece of work and to get it done in a reasonable sort of time frame, if we keep expanding the scope and increasing the number of institutions that we're dealing with, and one of the things here is to try to get some form of common view about what these institutions are trying to achieve. The more that we pull into it, the harder that's going to be and the longer that it will take. Our advice to you to keep this manageable and to address, I guess, some of the greatest opportunities here is to focus purely on these big strategic regional institutions at this stage. But that is not to say we shouldn't look at those sub-regional and other institutions at another time.
I don't mean to be gloomy though, but I mean, there's 3 or 4 of them got their own acts of parliament. If I was chair of the board or on the board of Auckland Museum, I'd be fighting like hell to retain my privileged position, and it may be we get nowhere.
Don't be gloomy, Councillor. I'm trying to be the eternal optimist here.
And we just, you know, we can end up down a whole bunch of rabbit holes if we want to with this one. It's my understanding, and I choose to be absolutely glass half full on this one. We've got the museum here, we've got Motad here, we've got a bunch of committed, positive, hard-working cultural institutions who, in their own words, want to act collaboratively to get the best for the cultural sector. The bottom line is, and if you look at these, the thing that all of these organisations have in common is that they've either got an Act of Parliament which kind of controls and governs them, or they're under CCO governance. But the bottom line is they are our cultural sector over which, I see you, Councillor Cooper. I'm sorry. We're on here. You know, over which we have some control, but not all control. And as soon as we start to water this down to all cultural institutions, art galleries and other organisations, I think we're actually going to lose the plot.
Yeah.
We've struggled to get a handle on this for the 6 years that I've been part of this council. I think we need to start making some progress. So I hear the concerns. And what we're missing out of this is, as Katarina put it, how do we deal with our other cultural institutions, and how do we make sure that in parallel fashion we're managing them well as a well-supported sector. And we've got pretty much the rest of the council who wish to speak to this. Councillor Wayne Walker. I'll just tell you who we've got, just so you know you're there. Councillor Walker, Collins, Quack, Simpson, Fletcher and Cooper.
Sure.
I was just going to move it, Madam Chair, but that's...
I was just going to second it then.
Well, so we will note that,
Like,
and we will thank you warmly for the moving and seconding, but we'll just listen to the next three speakers.
Like Councillor Clow, I've got a few questions, and I just acknowledge that, for me anyway, this is a very important issue. My first question just goes to the terms of reference, and I'll have a small preamble, and that's around the Auckland Museum, which has a collection that is not just an Auckland collection, it's a national and international in terms of its substance in many areas, particularly in the Māori and Pacific area. So my question goes to the terms of reference, which I would suggest doesn't adequately reflect that. It's very Auckland-centric. Is there a possibility to make some changes to the terms of reference to take in those more national and international considerations?
I think that's a fair point, Councillor. I think the way we're trying to deal with that is by specifically referencing in the consultation section at the very end that the reviewers that we appoint should go and talk to the central government agencies such as Ministry for Culture and Heritage. And through them we've been trying to keep the Minister for Culture and Heritage up to date with this review, and I think those national and international considerations are important and they'll be brought through by that process.
Okay, just in response to that, I understand that answer, but my concern is if I read the terms of reference, it makes no reference to the national and the international significance of some of these collections.
Okay.
So
point noted, Councillor.
So
we've got
I would like to
can
see
add.
it in there. I don't know whether other councillors share that opinion, but this is an incredibly important collection, particularly, as I say, to Māori and Pacific. So I don't see it in there. My other question goes to 20, which is around implementation, and that follows on from the last question. What we've got here in terms of the how that we do it is that staff will consider the operational matters, including considering the panel to make appointments and the like. I have a real concern that we need some truly independent people in this process, truly independent and of international stature.
How much is that going to cost?
I don't think it's adequate just to leave this to officers. And through you, Madam Chair, part of my reason around this, my concern, is we had a report to Councillor Clow's committee a little while ago, and that made particular criticism of the Auckland Museum. And the museum responded, and responded quite clearly, at significant odds with the advice that we received from our officers around the performance of the museum, around other metrics, around the costs associated with the museum. So I have a real concern around the information that we might be working off to date amongst our officers, and really it goes to the need for independence. I'm sure councillors saw the letter that came from the museum. It was dated the 30th of March and it was addressed to Councillor Clow, and I understand Councillor Clow distributed it to all the councillors. It was of real concern, this letter.
Okay, understood.
So my question goes to independence and selection of the panel.
Through the chair, no offence taken. The couple of number of points there. First of all, yes, we are aware of that letter that was sent, and we could have responded with our point of view, but we thought that rather than getting into another exchange of correspondence, that perhaps we would focus more on the review and the possibilities that are here. The point about independence is absolutely taken on board. The intention of this is to get an international expert in to undertake this review. All the report is saying is staff will manage the process of appointing that person or people, whoever they may be. So we are not intending to do this review ourselves. We will be getting somebody independent in to do it.
Thank you. Your point's noted though, and we'll make sure, Councillor Walker, that we pick up the issue of the international significance of the museum.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Just a related issue, and that goes to that earlier meeting, and it goes to the metrics around the museum. I just want to put on record that certainly my observation is we have a museum of international stature with metrics that are at the top echelon of museums in the world in terms of its performance. So I just want to put that on record. That's my understanding, and I think it would be useful for that sort of information to be given to councillors, because it is an outstanding museum that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure is. I don't think anyone would disagree. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. Just two questions in relation to the terms of reference. On point 14, page 25, bullet point 2, the international evidence about best practice governance models for this type of investment in cities. I'm interested to see or to know if those discussions will include perhaps the diversity of the makeup of governance boards, including women, people from different ethnic backgrounds, expertise. Do you envisage that being the case?
I think the review is probably operating at a slightly higher level than that, but when we get to considering the recommendations of the review in 2018, that there will be quite significant thought given to those kind of considerations when you are starting to put together a potentially a new collaborative governance structure. I think that will be really important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the terms of reference, just refer you to bottom of page 24, para 13 and bullet point number 2. Just a bit of clarification around that. Implications for related institutions and smaller cultural organisations will be considered, but are not the primary focus at this time. So we've heard from the Howick Historic Village this morning. So my question really is, what part of the review will those related institutions, what part of the review will they form?
I suspect that what will happen is that we can probably add something in the consultation part of the terms of reference that ensures that those institutions are spoken to, and furthermore that the reviewers will probably come back with recommendations beyond the core of 5 and say these are some of the implications that you need to now consider for some of your medium-sized and smaller institutions. And so I think it will be in the recommendation phase, and it will be recommendations for us to consider as we implement the review.
If I could just add to that, Madam Chair, I mean, one of the key directions in Toiwhatiki was to ensure that the governance and funding arrangements allowed the institutes to operate cohesively as a network. And I think that's one of the things that we're really trying to explore here. And, you know, without jumping to the end of this, that would include those other institutions. And when we come to making recommendations here, I couldn't imagine making a recommendation which would somehow exclude these other institutions from somehow being part of that wider ecosystem.
Okay, because now, what is the timeline on this? Because one of the things that concerns me is, you know, we've said a lot of things about the other institutions that are not included in the terms of reference, going into the future at a later stage, and so forth. So, you know, I'd like to get some timeline on what is considered here, and so that when, you know, because I think we're looking at a 2-stage project here, And it certainly would be my my hope that the Howick Historic Village, as somebody in my ward, it would be sooner rather than later. So can you give me an idea of what kind of timeline we're talking about here?
There's been a significant amount of work already been done in this area, so we're hoping that the main part of this review can be completed this calendar year.
So we'd be aiming to report this back to you either by the end of this year or the very beginning of 2018, but that depends on the people out there who will actually be undertaking this review, what their availability and capacity is.
Okay, and that will give us some a roadmap, if you like, to going forward to these other institutions which are not included in the terms of reference.
Yes.
And I think you're clear about that. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, I think everyone's heading in a similar direction to me. So I was just going to end by saying this is $250,000 of unbudgeted money we're putting ahead for this, and I don't want a waste of that money. So my point was really around how much. If you had all these international experts here, how much extra would it cost to keep them for a little bit longer and do some of the minor stuff at the same time? Or are you saying, actually, no, we just will spend this amount of money at the high level? And I get the principle of that, and we can do the rest on our own. Just kind of balancing that, really. So it's just value for money. Do it once, do it properly.
I can't give you an accurate estimate of how much extra it would cost to do that. I think my advice to you is more about doability and timeliness, that if we were to extend it out, whether we'd be able to get a sort of joined up agreement between the various institutions in the sector, and within time where it may, some of the recommendations from this may have impacts on the LTP, who knows? That's always our sort of...
I think, councillors, it's good to remember this is $61 million annually that we spend on this part of the sector. We need to be focused, and we actually need to be a bit brave, and we can keep watering it down and avoiding the tough discussions. I know that our institutions are actually up for the tough discussions, and I don't want to second guess them, but I'm feeling that if we started to water this down and expand it, that we may risk angering and distancing the very sector that we're trying to work with to support. So I know that we're trying to do the right thing, but I think we just need to trust the process a bit here and understand that our Arts and Cultural Centre, as Kataraina has put, we have the ability to kind of put our arms around that sector and have a parallel process to ensure that they're well supported and nurtured as we go into the LTP. But I guess I'm asking for a bit of focus and bravery here. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask, in regard to the terms of reference, is the Heritage Advisory Panel going to be consulted on this matter?
My understanding, the Heritage Advisory Panel focused more on built heritage, but if the terms of reference of the panel extend to the institutions that we're dealing with, then I don't see
Cultural heritage as well. Can I say, Madam Chair, that I have some concerns, not that there's going to be a review, because review and strategy building and all that sort of stuff is the stock and trade of council administration. So we do reviews all the time. What I am concerned about is reviews that may do harm.
Here.
And some of these institutions, as other councillors have noted, have an international reputation because they are internationally valuable in terms of world culture. Certainly they are valuable for Auckland and New Zealand. I'm just a little bit concerned about the terminology because it tends to signal intentions. The reports are laced with finance sector jargon, which worries me, which I don't think is appropriate, quite inappropriate when dealing with cultural institutions. And then you have some weird conjugations, things like a cultural ecosystem, and things like cultural infrastructure and leveraging ecosystem outcomes. You know, it's a bit like Margaret Thatcher visits the British Museum with a non-positive intention. I think we have to be very, very careful that we don't see a repetition of the disgraceful matters that are going on with our library system, with 74 people being sent down the road, the lowest paid people, and that's one of our most popular and precious cultural resources. So I am concerned about the intention here, Madam Chair, that this is another neoliberal reform of something that should not be touched and damaged.
Okay. So I guess, and we'll go on to our next speaker, which is going to be Member Brown, but I think we also need to remember that a city or an organisation that refuses to change is a non-evolutionary organisation, and you're more likely to die or become completely irrelevant. And for people who don't support death and irrelevance of important organisations like this, I think we do need to keep up with what our community expect of us, to make sure that we steward their finances well, and to make sure that we're relevant on the international stage.
Madam Chair, I think some of our librarians would have something to say about less than optimally developed workforce. What does that mean?
And isn't it shocking?
Or real people.
Councillor, we'll keep that to another day, thank you. Member Brown.
Kia ora. Just in your report, I note the Māori impact statement. I further note, due to legislation actually, and I need to say that partly the approach is flawed because the legislation is flawed, because you're relying in your report on one nano group of Māori that you named as the taumata iwi, whom under the legislation were created for primarily one iwi. In post 2008, there's been a revelation that the Crown are treating with 13 of the iwi. So I can see a flaw in your approach on the methodology you're taking around the Māori community. So if you're relying, or the approach is to rely upon one nano body, which I understand to be 3 members, you are inadvertently excluding 16 mana whenua and all of Mātā Waka. If I pick up the earlier comments, whether mana whenua or Mātā Waka, Māori generally have some form of position within your position that you're hosting and accommodating. So I'm wanting to know, is there a secondary process post the review that encourages those of us not at that taumata to be able to contribute into the review?
Tēnā koe, Mr Brown. I think the intention here wasn't so much to get the reviewers to use the taumata iwi as a conduit for Māori perspectives, but more just to consider in a wider sense what in the future is the role of Māori in a more collaborative model. The intention is actually to have a look at what's good about that system, what might need changing about that system, and so it's really not about a narrow focus on that. And we do expect, and we've made reference in the consultation, that consultation needs to be quite wide in that respect.
Thank you. It's just with the investment of bringing in offshore people, it's actually going to be a real punch in the guts should they not come and meet Māori who actually have a genuine interest and a sincere contribution to make into the review. Kia ora.
I think if I could just speak to that just a wee bit further, I think one of the key things that is hopefully emphasised in there that I'll just refer to the report, paragraph 17 of the report, Auckland's cultural heritage institutions have a crucial role to play in achieving outcomes for Māori as set out in the Auckland plan. So I think we'll be asking a reviewer how best to make that actually happen, is the question.
Isn't that slightly unfair because these people may not even be a New Zealander?
On that, there has been quite a bit of talk this morning about having a group of international experts. I think we need to get away from thinking that it will necessarily be a group of internationals. There might be one international person, and we do intend to make sure that they are well supported by people who understand the context here in New Zealand.
And we make an assumption you're in dialogue with council officials who can actually help you, help us, help you. Kia ora.
No, point well made, Member Brown, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. My hand up before was simply to either move or to second. And I didn't intend to speak, but I will in light of some of the concerns that have been expressed. I really strongly support this review and being kept at a relatively high level. What we're trying to do is establish the case for change, if there's a case for change, the strategic priorities, and any possible structural or governance changes that might be necessary. As somebody who's been quite critical of the ARAFA legislation and who wanted to see that being incorporated at the time of amalgamation, this is going to be the very sort of review that will give us the insight that we need. It's problematic to take on reviews of this kind because this comes to the very core of what we hold dear in our values and most precious institutions. And consultation is always extremely difficult. Speaking from the voice of experience, having undertaken the review of the arts sector back in the early 90s, that generated, the review of the Arts Commission at the time, generated more submissions than electoral reform for MMP, because it was just, people feel so passionately about it. And I would hate to think that we are going to bog ourselves down in the minutiae without actually having explored what the journey might be. So I have confidence that our officials have put this together very, very wisely. It will give us the insights that we need on what government might wish to do with some of the governance arrangements we have at the moment. And I also believe that our senior institutions are of a mind to be as collaborative as possible on this, and I really would commend to those councillors who are concerned that this isn't value for money. I think what would not be value for money is to widen the terms of reference and have everybody wanting to be part of the process, because it would end up costing a fortune. So I think this is really a good initiative, and I support you, and any minor changes I think we should just be feeding through to you independently offline.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Your experience is invaluable, and I think we've seen a little bit of the passion sort of bubble up in this meeting today. Finally, Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to briefly say that I agree with Councillor Fletcher and your comments. This sort of was kicked off a few months ago with very directive, and now I think changing it would be wrong. The other thing is we've had contact from various arts institutions from the shore who would like to be involved, and I think it would be difficult if we start including some and miss out some, and we just throw in the ones we are aware of. And we also don't want to step on the toes of local boards, and how does that affect these institutions are very clearly regional, funded by the council. They're under our discussion. So although I really respect our local institutions and the many ones who are regional or see themselves as regional, which would include some of the ones in our area, and places like Kawa Historical Village. Yes, I understand that, but I think this is very specific what this was asked for. So I think it's better to keep it in this way for now. Otherwise, we will open a can of worms to include institutions from right across Auckland, and then we might start upsetting local boards and other things as well. So just need to be careful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. I've got Mayor Goff, then Councillor Cooper, who'll close the debate. We've moved into speaking to the recommendations with the last three speakers. So, Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can I just remind councillors that when I spoke at the introduction of this item before Finance and Performance, I mentioned that I'd been and talked or rung all of the cultural institutions that are encompassed by this report. Every one of them supported the holding of this review. Every one of them. The question of whether this review will be valuable or not, I don't think is in debate. But make no mistake about it, this is a big review. It's not going to be easy to do. It's going to require incredible sensitivity, and it's going to require independence. And what I think we'll be envisaging here is that we have an international cultural expert that is outside of the day-to-day goings-on in New Zealand, and probably somebody locally that might have the status of a person that can look at how the governance and how the financial rules are working. I think in order to enhance its independence, we need those people. I think we also need those people not to be chosen simply by officials, so I congratulate the officials for the work they've done. I think they've done an incredibly good job on this. But I think in choosing that panel, we need to have a political oversight on that. So I'm suggesting, Madam Chair, that under implementation item number 20, this will include considering a panel to make appointments for the review. I'd add, with your agreement, in consultation with the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Environment and Community Committee. I just think that takes it away from being a purely official-driven appointment to one that has political oversight. I also want to support the Chair in suggesting that if we're to move this forward, it has to be constrained to something that's manageable. When I looked at what had been done in this area, we had the Toi Fatiki report in 2014, we had the Walker report in 2015, and here we are in 2017, and neither of those reports have been acted on. The bigger we make this, the longer it will take, the less manageable it will be. I have every sympathy for the Howick Historical Village Society. I think they do a fantastic job out there. Thanks very much, Rob. But I think, as the terms of reference point out, the primary focus needs to be on the major institutions that are consuming at the moment in excess of $60 million. I regard that $60 million as an investment, not a cost. This is not a cost-cutting exercise, but the focus needs to be on the three Cs, if I can put it that way, which is greater coordination, cohesiveness and collaboration, because that's what's lacking at the moment. We've got to wonder whether it makes sense to have a whole lot of institutions working in the same sphere, working under different legislation, different funding arrangements and different forms of reporting. Now, when you do that, you've also got to be sensitive to the need for those institutions operationally to have a degree of independence in how they operate. It is a big task, but please don't make it bigger by extending the terms of reference. Let's deal with the smaller but nevertheless important institutions as something that the report will look at, but the primary focus needs to be on the key institutions. And I think it would be helpful if I can come back to the amendment that I'm suggesting, Madam Chair, just to have that degree of political oversight in terms of appointment of the panel. That, not that I think officials would do it, but it moves us away from the perception that the officials are appointing something that's going to reflect what officials might be looking for rather than this body, which is the governing body. So I'd move that accordingly, Madam Chair, if you'd be keen to support it.
Chairman, I'm happy to add it into the original resolution if Councillor Fletcher is, to pop it in there as a C, rather than a whole amendment process.
Right,
Yep.
but the appointments and reforms.
I don't mind where it goes.
Yeah,
It's just
then
the
we
intent
don't
of
have
it
to go
that's
through the whole
important.
voting thing.
All right, we'll work on the words. We just might have missed them at the beginning. I've got Councillor Cooper who'll close the debate at this stage. Is it urgent, Councillor Walker?
I just wanted to speak to Mayor Goff's issue around appointment, and that is that there may be other councillors aside from the chair and the deputy chair that would like to be appraised of the appointment process. I would have an interest in that. There may be others. It's pretty important.
Councillor, I think...
I just want to put that on record.
Okay, and I think we can report the process back, maybe via the Chairs Committee, and then talk to the councillors. We don't want to make an unnecessary meal of this or over-politicise this. If we want true independence, you know, whilst we might say we want some independence of staff, we possibly also want independence from politics as well. So let's just tread that line cautiously. Councillor Cooper, you'll close the debate.
Thank you, and it will be quick, Madam Chair. And I support the Mayor's and Councillor Fletcher's comments. This is a terms of reference, and I think it's pretty clear what we need to do. The tangled web we have now was developed. It wasn't developed for a regional council or a unitary council. It was developed for a whole bunch of reasons when we were disunited. So it's not fit for purpose anymore, the ERAFA legislation. So let's get this done, and then we can tease out what we need to do from the full report. I'm pleased that the staff have done a lot of the second level at that local level for organisations. That needs to happen so that local and very good organisations do not feel left out or ignored. That's going to happen. But what I do want to say, Madam Chair, is maybe there's an opportunity for the ERAFA fund, some of the ERAFA funds, to be used for this rather than coming out of our long-term plan. And I don't know how we do that. Maybe it's a slight rise in their percentage, which then just comes straight back to council to pay for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think can of worms open. Maybe we don't.
Well, I'm not saying to take it away from the current funding, but maybe a slight increase, which then just translate to paying for it. It's going to be in the rates no matter what.
Okay.
But then it's very clear where that's come from and where it's going.
Deal with that separately. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. You've closed the debate. I'm going to put the recommendation, all those in, so the C that the Mayor recommended was just a bit of oversight from the Chair and the Deputy Chair on the, there we are, on the appointment. I'll put those three. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to the staff and acknowledging our institutions who are here. Let's do this with integrity and trust and forward sight. Thank you. Yes. So we'll move on to our next item. Just if people want to do a time check, we will be breaking at 12:30. So, and I'd envisaged us getting 3 more items done. The land transport item is our next one. It's very straightforward.
Move it.
I'm wondering, Councillor Filipaina, did you wish to speak to this?
Well, it looks like, but I mean, I got no problems moving it, but I mean, with expediency and also go through with second it and then, yeah.
I was going to ask if you would be happy being the council representative.
Yeah, look, and that's fine as well, Chair. And just to sort of let everybody know, I spoke to Councillor or former Councillor Penrose, just to advise him of this because of the work that he had done during 2015 when we had the issue. So I've spoken to him and just acknowledge the work that he did, as well as Councillor Wood and as well as Deputy Mayor Cashmore at the time to get us to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. That's appreciated. Perhaps, I mean, it is exceedingly straightforward. Should we just take questions, if there are? Councillor Lee.
Thanks. I would like to congratulate the author on a well-written, essentially one-page report, which always goes over well. And just a question around some of the, so you rightly point out that you've got, I think you term it reactive graphs on the reactive numbers, and so by that you're referring to those who've called in complaints and so we can track those. Are they always through the council line, or is that data from police as well?
Yeah, I think that data is just through the council channels of complaints. So many people have actually raised that complaints obviously do not reconcile to the number of actual incidents. It's just the number of complaints, not the number of people undergoing the activity.
Right, so we all know that if we actually logged the complaints, it would be a whole lot higher than what you've got in your graphs. And I'd just like to point out that where you refer to that serious incident in this draft submission for the beating with the copper pipe that was in my ward. And, you know, I have numerous complaints on a very regular basis from residents in my ward in regards to the Mount Wellington Waipuna intersection. Just one more quick question around, and acknowledging, I think you're right to point out that there's some similar wording from our bylaw, our bylaw suite of content to what the draft legislation has here. The reference to social initiatives to help offset the idea. So you've listed an example of the Māori and Pacifica Trades Training, our TSI.
Yeah.
Is it common practice? Is it the bill doesn't address or refer to that, but we are. So is it just a sort of a, how would you term our reference in the draft wording for this, is just a heads up, we support the idea of finding other things for what will essentially be offenders
Yep.
to find other things to do.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good summary of it, really. The submission is just pointing out that the bill will not or may not obliterate the social issue that is associated with the behaviour of car window washing, and that the council supports basically ongoing social initiatives and issues to try and mediate that.
Can I just switch to a comment away from the question? Thoroughly support this particular submission that has been written on our behalf, and support the intent of the legislation going through Parliament. It is by no means going to solve the issue, and we all know that. But with the police standing right behind what's proposed here, I think we have to do something. And for those of us, and good one, Councillor Filipaina, for pointing out Callum's work.
Yep.
Because those of us who are on reg and bylaws last term, it was a regular feature, and not just breaches in this particular bylaw, but others, and our wish for a little bit more teeth around the table here when it comes to prosecution and enforcement. So congratulations, and look forward to supporting this.
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Lee, because Councillor Filipaina will be our representative, are you happy to move? Would you like to
Absolutely.
move this? That'd be awesome. Okay. Councillor Quicks?
Yeah, I guess the question is one of enforcement and one of... so what makes this bill gives us the surety that the police will take action where they don't take action at the moment. And that's the problem. If you call the council, they say, well, no, we don't deal with that, or we'll have a look at that. One of the answers that I got once was, we'll look at that over the next 10 days. But when you call the police on star 555, they basically say, well, is there anybody in danger? What's going on? And they don't really, it's not really a priority for them. So I guess are we, or is the government, just doing something here to make it look like they're doing something, but really it will have no more teeth than current legislation or any current bylaw that we may have.
So our current public safety and nuisance bylaw has licensing and compliance services, the ones that try and go out and enforce it unless it becomes serious, in which the police step in. This bill actually creates the infringement fines for police and enables police to enforce the bill. So it's switching that onerous, or I guess, from council to the police.
Given police resources, however, and and I fully support this, absolutely support it. But I don't think that we ought to imagine that as soon as you call the police now, that they're going to come rushing down to chase away some window washers on the corner of a busy intersection. I don't think that's realistic. I think we need to be somewhat realistic around this, and you know, it does give us more teeth, does give the police more teeth, but in terms of making sure that the scourge of squeegee bandits is gone, no, it won't have that impact. But you know, I fully support it.
Step in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Quacks. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. So I noticed the presentation doesn't have a Maori impact statement, but is there an impact of this submission on Māori?
So through the Chair, through our PSN review, we have identified that Māori and Pacific people are more likely to be or participate in window washing activity. So in that respect, they are more directly impacted by the response to this legislation and to the PSN review potentially as well. Yes.
So my question is, notwithstanding that we support the bill, we've identified that there are other initiatives that need to be done. One of the things that's come out of the last report from the police is the number of Māori entering into the criminal justice system, and that a lot of that is occurring through minor offences such as these. So how are we submitting as far as that's concerned? What do we say in our submission regarding that?
Just while people think about it, am I correct in thinking, which may go somewhere to addressing your question, Member Wilcox, is the change, we're not banning window washing because we can't. We're simply saying that window washers can't be intimidating and threatening, and if they are, the police will be called. And, you know, with the greatest of respect to whoever is doing this, if you're intimidating and threatening someone, the police need to be called and take it seriously. So I'm not too sure how we would wrap a Māori impact statement or greater research into that.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of struggling, I think, trying to understand how we can assist you with an answer, but I don't know if we can.
So I was under this understanding that if you're intimidating or threatening somebody, that comes under the Crimes Act?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So through the Chair, that is correct. You do have those higher level auto crimes and intimidations that come under the Summary Offences Act and the Crimes Act. This amendment would give more teeth to what the council's current bylaw has, and particularly giving more powers to the police itself. In terms of a more direct response to the member's question, the submission in paragraph 2.2, we allude to council recommends further non-regulatory measures and supports social initiatives to reduce youth participation in car window washing. And that is a bit of an indirect nod towards the fact that this is a wider issue and those wider matters that the member raises.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Filipaina.
Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge the staff, and especially with those that made themselves available with the drop-in sessions that we attended. I know that myself and Councillor Quacks, and I know I think two others may have sort of took up the
Stewart
opportunity.
And Member Wilcox.
Oh, so it's three and then Member Wilcox. But I just wanted to acknowledge both Catherine, yourself, Paul, and also Michael. But, you know, at least you were there and available for us. So, thank you, Chair.
Order. Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I generally support the submission, but I do feel like it's important to sort of note that, you know, the issues we're talking about, if we're talking about violence, or in here we're talking about incidents associated with attacking someone, robbery, beating someone with a copper pipe. Those are horrendous, horrendous things, but they are already covered under the law. They should already be being followed up by the police. Any kind of threatening or abusive behaviour should already be covered by police. So, of course, obviously they're related to window washing, but if anyone was doing that on the street, no matter what they were doing, that should be being followed up. So I do worry that this bill and the continued conversations we have, pretending sort of like it's going to be a magical fix to the issue. I think we just need to acknowledge that these issues should be being followed up by the police already if there's menacing behaviour. The other thing is I also worry about the pressure we put on our council staff when we have when it's very difficult for them to police this, and also how do you find, I have concerns how you find someone when they don't have to give an address or a ID, or it's not like finding someone with a car who has a registration. So although, I think it's good to have tools in the pocket, and this is not a widespread problem in my ward, so I understand it must be difficult for many communities that I don't have a lot of experience with, but I do worry that we need to put it more around the social service side, discussions with people, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, and police should already be following up the types of behaviour we're talking about here. It's so although it's fine to have a submission on it, I just think that once again it can make it look like we're doing a lot and people will expect a massive change when I don't see that this will exactly affect change. So thank you.
And I suspect Councillor Filipaina will make that point forcefully because all these points are made in the submission. I've got Councillor Simpson, then Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can I just get some clarity? Are we supporting window washing by people on the side of the street? Because on 7.1, I just want to get clarity around that. It says the council supports equipping police with infringement fines as a tool to discourage certain vehicle washing behaviour. Are we discouraging vehicle washing or just certain vehicle washing? And if it's only certain vehicle washing, what is the certain that we're not discouraging? And that my second question, so I just want to, we're either doing something to stop these guys washing on the side of the road or not. So I want to be clear on that. My second question is, what is our message to the public? What are we saying? Are we saying, ring 111? What are we saying when something goes wrong?
So let's just remember this is government legislation to which we're submitting. Not our legislation, we are submitting to government. We're pointing out the gaps, we're pointing out where we'd like it strengthened, and we are possibly making the point that this is, it is a bit of a wave to doing something and possibly is toothless, and pointing out where we can fix it. So that we just need to remember that.
But if you're doing a submission, I just want to know that clarity. Are we submitting to stop window washing?
So, through the Chair, the certain behaviours that is mentioned in 7.2 are in relation to the bill itself. So the bill is around issues of safety, issues of nuisance, issues that are intimidating or obstructive, obstruction on roads. So that's what I mean by certain behaviour in the submission. It's just in light of the behaviour that's around the bill. And in relation to the second question, I guess if a key message that would be, I guess, a take-home is that the submission supports the transfer from council to police, because we believe that police are better equipped to deal with some certain nuisance and safety or intimidating behaviour that happens with people associated to the activity of car window washing.
So therefore the message has to be to the public, what do they do if they feel threatened? And is it
we can look at legislation to go through first, and then there's an education process around the legislation. I've got Councillor Stewart, Councillor Newman and Mayor Goff, and we are now very behind my little list of where I thought we would be. We were going to finish at 4:15 according to my list. We're now going to finish at 5. So remember, have we left anything out of the submission, or do you want to add anything in? Councillor Newman. Sorry, Councillor Stewart.
Okay, 7.1, I was actually going to pick up exactly what Councillor Simpson had picked up. I think the public actually think, because of the submission that we're giving to the government is to really help them to stop the window washers, because to be perfectly honest, to say certain vehicle washing behaviour. Any window washer that's out on the road trying to wash your windows is causing a real nuisance, and I think we're very, very lucky that we haven't had anything really serious happen. We haven't had any fatalities. I've had window washers that have jumped right in front of my car while I've been driving, and you know, they're dancing through the streets, and I think most people think that because we're getting rid of this bylaw and the government's going to pick up on it, they're hoping that the police are going to, if they're driving past, if they see somebody window washing, they're just going to stop them. And that's, I think, the hope of most of the people in my community anyway.
I think Councillor Filipaina will pick that point up. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Newman.
Very briefly, Madam Chair. I mean, the bill in itself isn't sufficient, but the submission on it's a good one, so thank you for that. And I think my response really, because I suspect that the reported incidents of issues in relation to window washers menacing at intersections is probably underreported for the purpose of evidence, but it's still important, and our best advocacy, other than the work that will be undertaken by officers and Councillor Filipaina to the Select Committee, will be, of course, we've got the current review of the Public Safety Nuisance Bylaw, which will be reported back later. So I think this is complementary to that, and I want to congratulate the officers for their contribution to this discussion.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, Mayor Goff.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think what the public's going to imagine out of this is that it's going to ban window washing, which it clearly doesn't. It bans window washing where it's an obstruction, where it's a nuisance, where it's unsafe, or where there's intimidation. And so it's much more targeted at those things. Secondly, I'd like to pick up the point that one of my colleagues made over on the other side of the room, which is this won't be a priority for police. It's really hard to get the police to take a complaint. I think, Dick, it was your comment. Hard to get the police to follow up on a burglary or a car theft or a motorbike theft, in my case, let alone window washing. So we shouldn't over-egg it. But what it does do is quite important. It creates an infringement offence where you don't have to prosecute and take people to court. And we've spent probably over $300,000 on prosecutions here, probably to very little effect. So this actually passes back to the police a function that they should be performing rather than council officers, and it is a nice reversal of the fact that usually it's government passing to council more functions. We're passing one of those back, and that's why we should support it.
Good note to end. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. More power to you, Filipaina.
Yeah, good luck.
Force be with us. Oh no, I'll be going there with these two.
Item 11, Tākaro, this is just releasing it for public consultation. Moved Councillor Filipaina, seconded Councillor Collins. We will now send it out to the real world for their comments. I'll put that. Oh,
Just the playground.
Question.
oh, we just thought it's going out there, but if there is a question.
Got a question to give on
Right.
it. Okay. Go. Just two questions, in fact. The first one to do with the engagement as it goes to the public. I guess when you mention parents and caregivers and children, that'll mean actually physically turning up to playgrounds to question people. Is that what's envisaged there?
Through the chair, we were looking at quite a range of engagement strategies, so that would be one of the options indeed that we would look at.
Okay, so I just want to stress the importance of even people generally who have been through playgrounds and have a degree of expertise, but maybe haven't got young kids and stuff now, but who know all about parks. My main question, however, goes to this question with respect of should council prioritise investment in areas of high socioeconomic deprivation? That appears in the document, page 10, and basically seems to set out the notion that areas of deprivation will receive a priority in the funding, I guess, by inference, at the expense of other areas, or areas that then won't have this amount invested in the renewals, etc. I was under the impression, as a consequence of the policy whereby basically there is going to be no more
investment in acquiring open spaces in established urban areas, that the quid pro quo of that was that the investment was going to go into existing parks. That would seem to be at odds with that understanding, that in established areas and renewals, there'll be actually more happening, not less. This seems to suggest the possibility that there might be less or status quo in return for prioritising in the deprived areas.
I think, councillor, that's what we're asking our community. So this is saying, do you have an appetite for greater investment in areas of deprivation? And please correct me, staff, if I'm wrong, but I don't know, you've mentioned this a few times, that we are no longer purchasing land in urban areas for parks. We are.
Well, that's at odds with what you actually came up to me, Madam Chair, and said in the last term of council, that you were under the impression that wasn't the case, for in actual fact, a number of handouts from workshops said exactly that. I mean, I haven't got them on me now, but I can find them for you if I want.
We're just looking at acquisitions here. So
But
I think we just need to get some clarity on that. My concern was about our inability through developer contributions to require funding for parks, which we can't do anymore.
Well, my concern is that we've already told our public, at least some of us have, that the quid pro quo for the lack of acquisition in established areas is going to be an increased investment in the parks that already exist.
I think we've got a bit of confusion operating.
We certainly have.
So I think you and I might have been talking at cross purposes, because that's not my understanding at all. And the reality here is we want to ask our community about investment in more deprived areas.
Okay, so if we're going to ask our community, then I think it's contingent upon us to make it clear that the question that is being asked then is that in targeting or prioritising deprived areas, that might mean other parts of Auckland. And if we read the balance of the discussion document, which emphasise the importance of play to everyone, no matter where they are, that there'll be people that will be getting less investment despite everything that has built up to this policy question that we've actually included in our summary content.
We'll just
Thank you, councillor. We can make sure we note that around that specific question. And just in terms of what currently is agreed and allocated around renewals versus growth, then that's answered in paragraph 2 of the executive summary. So, and just in terms of where you're currently allocating money at the moment. This document, I suppose, will help you decide future investment for the 10, 20 years away as well, which is some of the reason why we're asking some of those very high level questions. So it's more about decisions you will make as a council for the future about how you want to invest and prioritise. So we have noted internationally and in some other councils they do have policies that do focus on how they invest in areas with higher deprivation. So we thought it would be worth actually talking to communities about how they feel about that. Yeah. It's just a high-level question.
Okay, and presumably feedback could be along the lines from people that, you know, they preserve the investment to be kept across the board and anything in deprived areas to be additional. So that's the sort of feedback that could come. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Councillor Quicks.
Actually, it may be in those areas which high socioeconomic areas that actually have the biggest problem with non-activity, because they very likely they have a larger number of PlayStations and electronic devices that kids might use. So it may actually be those areas that probably need the maybe more attention. But in the list of questions that we have here that we're going to go to the community with, I think a couple of years ago, Flinders University from South Australia came out with a report which indicated that those children that grew up in larger sections, they had more access to larger backyards, were healthier and fitter than kids from who didn't have the same luxury. So I think one of the questions that perhaps we need to ask around here, or ask through this consultation, and have a look at what impact the unitary plan might have in regards to the intensification of Auckland, smaller yards. In fact, most places don't have yards anymore at all. They just built together so close that you couldn't play football or play cricket, or even put in a trampoline. So I think it's really important that we also ask that question, because we do know from research that young children need 60 minutes of vigorous or moderate exercise every day, and the more opportunities they have around their own backyards, their own sections, where they don't have to be supervised by their parents, the more opportunities they will have for exercise. And I'm concerned that his headlong rush towards intensification, smaller sections, will have a very detrimental impact on the health of our population in the future. And I was disturbed on the weekend to note that the Ministry of Education now is looking at doing away with school playgrounds. So not only are we going to have smaller sections, we're going to have areas within our city where the schools won't even have a playground anymore, and they will be like those European cities that we've all seen, where the kids play on a little square of asphalt during their lunch hour. And so this is is this what we're heading for? So I think it's an important question that we need to ask: is the unitary plan actually detrimental to the health and well-being of our future generation?
Councillor, I can't resist. I'm going to have to leap in. No, it's not. Because fundamentally, people need places to live in, and we all know. I think you're being deliberately provocative, so I'm going to respect that. But the reality is, people first of all need places to live in.
Madam Chair, I don't think it's for you to determine whether I'm being provocative or not. I'm raising a genuine concern that has been raised by research at the University of Flinders in South Australia. They make exactly that comment.
You're provocative. I think you are drawing a wider discussion than the one that we're just dealing with now.
I'm not ideologically driven like you are, Madam Chair.
So part of the issue is we need to talk about the play equipment and the playgrounds and the opportunities for play that are raised in this document. And if we can just have the screen up again. We've got the wider issue as part of the landing of the unitary plan. We now know where growth is going to go, where intensification is going to happen, and how that impacts on the availability of open space to those communities. And that's exactly the piece of work that fits alongside this, all of the, which I'm hoping might appear at some second, all of these strategic open space, recreation, play spaces, sports fields, sports facilities, pool and rec centres and stadia. This is...
Just comparing research findings, which actually...
And
Scotland.
What page is that on?
so the reality is, we're not dismissing that, councillor. We're just saying, as the city grows, we have to pick up the need for open space. So no one is ignoring the issues that you raised. I've got Councillor Simpson next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around the consultation. My question is around the consultation. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around the consultation with local boards, because they hold the capital budget for playgrounds and play spaces. So it's great to see that probably regionally we are supporting them by way of running this consultation. But I suppose I'm a little bit concerned that we're only doing cluster workshops with them. Playgrounds are in some respects, to support Councillor Quack's. You know, they're vital to communities, and they change as communities change. Sometimes they're targeted for younger children, and then communities change. Sometimes we go out for consultation, and they're more for older children, and you know, they do change. I'm just wanting some surety from you that the stage one in this, I mean, the content of what you go out, it's one of those things like, with respect, the Mayor's, you know, annual budget, you don't necessarily agree with everything, but you go out and ask, right? So where I'm coming from, I'm happy just to go to local boards. I think they're the absolute key ingredient to what's being decided here. And I just want confidence that you believe that the cluster workshops is enough for that engagement with them on an issue that is potentially their core business. One of their core business.
So one of the, we also had a recommendation previously, because we've run these types of discussion documents a couple of times now, and with local boards, and they choose to either give us formal recommendations or they give us informal feedback, but they do focus large on these discussion documents. Our preference sometimes is to try and get these papers directly from this committee, directly on to local board business agendas, so they can decide which way they want to do it and when they would like to do it, because they make decisions to either delegate it to the chair, they'd prefer to have a workshop with us individually, and some of them decide to do formal resolutions. So it's our intent to try and get a global report so they can make their decisions on which way. Last time I think we did end up with 21 local board individual workshops.
Big aspect of what they do.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Walker, then Member Wilcox, and I think that might be it for this item.
Just got a couple of questions, and the first is just around who are we targeting around play, and my question goes to the importance of play not just for children but for adults, for disabled, because they need to play and they need equipment and a whole range of things. So just a question around that, and the reason for that is it mentions here targeting 21 local boards as well as children and their parents or caregivers. So there seems to be more of a focus on young children, and I understand that, but playgrounds are for everyone.
Through the chair, the intent was to go quite broadly on this. So the report notes that we tend to have quite a focused target group at the moment for the play equipment that we provide. We believe, as Council has mentioned, play is quite critical to all age groups, and in particular we would note the importance to older people in terms of play actually helping to provide some preventative measures for both morbidity and mortality for older people. Certainly when we think about play as its ability to both interact with sort of cognitive functions as well as the physical ones. When we come and look at the evidence around Alzheimer's in particular, we see that there's an area that Council isn't actually responding to in particular. We also think that there are broader demographic groups that we currently don't cater for. So the idea and the intent is to throw some light onto that and to get something.
A couple of other quick questions. One is just around the importance of trees and trees for climbing or like and play. So I'm assuming that you're picking up on that. And the last question, will you be making any reference to the pathetic provision of park space through our financial contributions that impacts hugely on our ability to fund parks and everything in the parks, like playgrounds?
This document is about the parks we do have and what we do in terms of play on them. So it isn't going into acquisition issues. This is about what have we got and how can we make the best of what we've got already.
Sure. Having said that, I guess the financial contributions are very useful because they fund not just existing parks, all parks, and enable us to also fund equipment that goes into those parks. So I'm assuming that you'll pick up on that in the financial discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose it's a long time since I played in a playground, but yeah, we used to just go down and get a tyre from the garage and get a bit of rope and hang it off a tree. I mean, we've moved on from then. Obviously, you've got to invest in this now. But strangely enough, the kids just down the road from me did exactly that, and were jumping in the creek. So I just want to ask you, putting out for discussion the kaupapa quite early in the piece and starting in May. Would you be including kohanga reo and kura kaupapa in that discussion, that initial discussion? And secondly, I've noticed that you're having in June a hui with mana whenua and Mata Waka to create a plan to get some feedback. Am I correct? So when are you expecting to kind of, if you're reporting back in November, when are you expecting that to be completed?
Through the Chair, in response to the initial question or a comment in particular around what we would describe as nature play, so this is an issue that we're throwing into the discussion. I think Council has got into the business of having quite structured playgrounds. However, I think we all, from our childhoods, nature play was a critical component, and we see that children growing up today actually missing out on some core aspects of their development by not having that interaction with nature, but also some of the exposure to risk and the consequences thereof, which is quite crucial to their development. In answer to the specific question, we will be going to the tika hangareo in particular and getting into discussion around how we can broaden the discussion. In terms of the engagement with the hui that's been organised with iwi, it was around, in particular, some of the design principles and how we help develop the guides for the investment into play. So there are complementary aspects to engagement. So in particular, Māori young people through existing fora, but also having a broader discussion around design and delivery and what will respond to the needs of different aspects of the community.
Yeah, so the knuckle of my question was, are you able to report that by November? That's what I was really seeking.
Yes, through the Chair.
Okay, good. That brings this one to a conclusion. It's been moved by Councillor Filipaina, seconded Councillor Collins. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Against?
Carried. Councillor Filipaina, thank you for agreeing. I'm going to, we'll take a break between 12:30 and 1 for lunch. Just before we break, can I just have a show of hands who can be here and who will be here till 4:30? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need a few more.
Us here.
Yeah, we need 11.
I will be here. It's just we're missing a big thing at the local board, which starts at 4, but this is priority.
Because if we, just having a look, if we take about 15, 20 minutes for the remaining items, we'll be going till 4. So let's take a break for lunch. We've got probably 3 substantive items and some that we can choose to do reasonably quickly. So half an hour for lunch and see you back here at 1 o'clock. on item
No, was
number
the mother-in-law?
13.
Was his mother-in-law?
No, my brother's mother-in-law.
He was just saying he was we are joined at the hip.
No, they've got their own flag, but they're still a part of the realm. Yeah. And they voted to stay with the realm.
There's a lot of pressure on them.
Welcome team. So we will,
I nearly went
we'll
there
get
and I
into
stayed on.
this. Councillors, if we can just make a start. Particularly, welcome back to the two of you. You seem to have been doing the yeoman's work today. So, right, quickly outline for us what the issues are around this site.
So what we have here is that the Tāmaki Regeneration Company is proposing to invest in council at no cost, 1,795 square metre park. I think the report highlights some of the issues around that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And the key thing in here is the local board agreeing to pay the LDI and us looking at, do we stick with or accepting things that fit the parks network, or are we persuaded by an LDI agreement with the local board? The mayor's not here. When I discussed this with the mayor, he may arrive and raise this, but we did wonder if there was the ability, if we did accept this piece of land, that if the local board decided that they didn't want to pay LDI anymore, if we could sell it.
Yep.
Is that, can that be done? I'll let you mull, and maybe we'll take some questions. We'll go Councillor Lee and Simpson and Quacks and Watson.
So are you just questions at this point, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yep. So can you, I'm not sure it reflects it in the report, but there was an original proposal, an original design that the local board didn't feel was, let's just say, safe for a playground context. And then TRC went back to the drawing board and then came up with something that both the local board and you, in terms of a parks perspective, feels does meet standards from a safety perspective.
Through the chair, this is just a decision on the land. A decision on playground location would be made by the local board at a different meeting. So there haven't been those discussions, as I understand, about safety. What was discussed was that the original proposal was surrounded by roads on all sides, and TRC have come back and removed one of those roads, so it is a little bit better from a design aspect.
Okay.
And this, through the chair, and the size of the parcel of land has grown.
Right, so there was the original proposal, it's been amended, the local board's comfortable with the proposal as it stands, and this is about land, our decision today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the local board know what it's getting itself in for? In other words, does it know in the next 10 years what the OPEX will be? I know you've got in the report that it's $1,000 mowing and sweeping and whatever, but that's obviously would increase over the 10 years. So I just I'm surprised the local board isn't here, to be honest, but I just want to be sure that in agreeing and requesting that the governing body actually let us acquire the land for free, and on the assumption that they will pay for the OPEX, that they really know clearly what the OPEX is. And if that's the case, why wasn't in the recommendation there an option for that OPEX to be built in, as we have done in, Councillor Filipaina, remind me, was it Rodney?
It was the Rodney one, and I think it was in the, sorry, through you, Chair, sorry.
Walker.
Apologies. But it was a Rodney local board that ended up accepting the maintenance through the LDI, and I think it was part of, well, there's two of them, but I'm just saying that the Rodney local board with the piece of land that you're referring to that they picked it up through their budget.
Both, Rodney.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one,
Do you want
yeah.
I'll just clarify on that. This committee made a decision on 2 acquisitions. One was in Papakura and one was in Rodney, that both those local boards could have low priority land at no cost if they agreed to pay it through their LDI. So Rodney has not made a decision and Papakura said no, and you subsequently then said we will not be acquiring the land.
Yep.
This proposal kind of came in after that decision, but before the Papakura decision. So we had tried to stop the loop of committee to committee and asked the local board straight up, would you like to contribute LDI, because this is what the decision this committee's made. So they had full information about the costs, and so we can only assume that they understood what that meant when they made the decision.
Never assume, but
Wow.
if you feel confident that they have made the decision based on all the information, then, yeah, I know where I sit on this matter then, thank you.
So to answer that, we felt confident
Right,
that they
okay.
had debated it, because they had neither or.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good.
Okay. Councillor Quiggs.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The OPEX side of it seems very reasonable on this, but, you know, I would fall on the side of actually A on this, simply because this area here is now a huge redevelopment going on there, and the old state houses from the 1950s that were put there in the 1950s are being removed. They've had big sections and now being replaced by a much more intensified living environment. So given that, and while we make a comment about there's no shortage of reserve or open space in there around that area, in actual fact, given the intensity of the urban environment there now, there really is a shortage, and I think that for a fairly small OPEX sum and no capex, I think we should probably take that. I would certainly fall on the side of acquiring this piece of land.
I didn't know. Okay. Councillor Watson.
I just through you, Madam Chairman, I'm just asking Councillor Lee if you're going to move A. Okay, so I'm happy to.
So we were just doing questions.
Yep, so I'm just saying I'm
Councillor Lee's going
happy to
move.
second it, and I've got a few comments, so I'll wait to the comment section.
So, question, Councillor Clow?
Just to clarify, the Papakura and Rodney ones, sorry, get in there, did we not purchase them in the end?
So for Papakura, no, you declined the acquisition after the LDI was not committed, and Rodney has not made a decision, and I believe the developer has moved on with their subdivision.
And if the local board does not pick up that, the default is we do not pick up that land, is that correct?
Yes.
Similar to Papakura. And then my other follow-up question is, can a local board ever opt out, or can they opt out, and can they ever opt out of a commitment like this?
Yes, they could.
And what would be the circumstances? They just decide 2 years later, really don't want to be funding this anymore, so it's all yours.
It's supplementary then for that, we need to. Yeah.
It is our belief that, yes, they could do that.
Therefore, as a follow-up to Councillor, the Chair's question earlier, can we then put a caveat that it would get sold?
Yep.
Yes, that's what I was suggesting.
Yes, you could do that.
Yeah.
And then one more question, sorry. In number 4, executive summary, you make the statement, acquisition would meet a level of public expectation that has been raised. That's almost like a warning sign to say maybe 500 metres away, the local people would like to have a similar sort of little park that you kind of don't think is necessary in the first place?
So the Tamaki Regeneration Company has been consulting on a range of parks it proposes. So therefore, when these come to you, the public has already been consulted by Tamaki Regeneration about what they're proposing, and I think they often talk about what kind of playgrounds or development they might undertake on there as well.
Member Brown.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit confused why there's a pendulum swinging on the question of the acquisition insofar as the council's dedicated commitment and opposition to the land transfer occurring from Ngāti Paoa and the Crown, just down the road. So the assumption I made from that exchange was any public space that availed itself in this precinct would be seized upon by the council insofar as reconciling, if it was a loss, the acquisition that potentially is occurring between the Crown and Ngāti Paoa. Council were very clear about wanting to retain and improve its green spaces. So a couple of things here. One, I don't understand why we're on a pendulum. And two, if it was that the pendulum says it's going to acquire it and then sell it, that causes, at least for our community, to begin to question the integrity. Because either you mean the submission applied to the Ngāti Paoa scenario insofar as preserving and improving this space, or we don't. I.e., we're going to get some park or some property and now we're going to flick it. So I think that's an important part that you need to be wary of for our community, because if it was at a secondary space that was going to be flicked, then integrity's in question here around the submission made by council in opposition to Ngāti Paoa.
I'm just not too sure who might be the best person to comment on that. I can see the point you're making, Member Brown. We're sort of conflating two issues that are absolutely linked, but the discussion is being had about half of it. And I guess I'm just searching a little bit as chair without wanting to disrespect the wider debate, the discussion and the pretty contentious process around Ngāti Paoa's land. We probably are looking at this in the context of regionally, we've got a parks network, we've got a very clear idea of where we want to acquire or get bits of land, and this quite simply comes down to, in this area, if we've got a very clear network of parks that we want, and we will be acquiring and working to get them, if this doesn't fit that box, why would we be spending ratepayers' money on managing that as a park when there might be something much better around the corner? So that's simply, you know, there is the very big issue, but we're looking at it in that smaller context.
It's just a difficult one insofar as supporting an acquisition, but you don't actually know whether you're going to keep it or not.
So remembering it's not an acquisition, it's just the developer saying, this is a bit of land I don't want, you can have it.
The gift, sorry.
And we go, okay, but having it also means we need to pay $6,000 a year to look after it, and we're exploring the slightly tough option of going, we don't want to just accept any old raggedy bits of land, thank you very much, but if we think we can make it work, well maybe we will, but the local board wants it, therefore they can pay the money for the upkeep. If the local boards suddenly go, we don't want this anymore, then we need to look at the option to say, doesn't fit the network, can we then sell it to put towards a better and more appropriate piece of parkland in the area? I mean, I know we're all passionate about getting open space and parkland, but you can gather up a whole bunch of, and we've all got them in our areas and we know what they're like, little bits of grass that get mown month after month and you never see a single person on them because they're simply in the wrong place.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can appreciate what I've got to say. It's going to go all over the place, so that's fine. Thank you.
But I acknowledge the bigger issue that you're raising. Member Wilcox.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I know. Oh, I'm getting a little bit, struggling a little bit with all of this corridor. I thought we made this policy up last term because we were getting pocket parks thrown at us from here to everywhere. So in your report, you say that it's not a high priority. And if it was on the other side, perhaps linking up with Glenbrae or something, I'd kind of say, oh, well, yeah, there's a linkage there, because one of the great things I can remember even as a kid and coming home from school was walking down all these parks. I mean, the college and that, I'm not sure whether the college is still going, but that would be subject to RFR, I take it anyhow. So, I mean, I'm not sure where that fits into this scenario. But being up in the middle there, it kind of just seems like a little bit weird. So I suppose I'll be a bit cutthroat on this. Could we take it and then, as Councillor Clough has suggested, just flog it off?
Bad faith.
And use that money to purchase a block that was closer to Glenbrae?
Oh, that's a question the Chief of Operations, Dean, is always asking. I suppose for councillors to consider this, you will be taking today in good faith a piece of land that you're saying to the community that you will provide this as park. And so that is something for you to consider, but council does have a disposals process, and it is a robust process which includes engagement with local boards and having a look at whether it's required or not.
So the step in the middle is take it, board pay LDI money, keep it going. If the board say no longer in our budget, no longer paying, then we can put it on the list of sales. But it would be somewhat disingenuous to take it and flick it. It's just dodgy. To be blunt. Let's try and untangle.
And we
this
should
bit
be quite
more.
clear, Councillor Member Wilcox, I was not proposing the latter. It was the option before that, if it happened.
No, I wasn't suggesting you were.
It's good to explore honest conversation. Councillor Simpson.
Councillor, speak to it, not questioning you.
Okay. Question, Councillor Hills, is yours a question?
Well, I sort of am worried about that. We'll just sell it if the local board pulls it. A, I'm not sure they would ever do that, but B, surely there would be a different mechanism where we could, through the LTP, reduce their LDI budget by $6,000 a year, which would mean we were effectively doing the same thing. I'd have concerns that we build a playground, or something happens there, and then suddenly we're just like, boom, see you later. So surely there is a mechanism where we could reduce their LDI as opposed to just selling a park if they decided to.
Couldn't keep up with them.
Okay. I think we're reaching a bit of a landing. It sounds a bit like a, yep, and tie the local board into LDI in perpetuity as far as
I don't know why they
possible.
would pull that money anyway.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. We've done the questions. Councillor Simpson speaking to the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just want to support the fact that the local board has come in behind and not just asked us to accept a gift at a cost, but asked us to accept the gift and take the cost from that gift into their budget. And I think it would be unwise of this council, considering the generosity of that local board and the funding constraints that local boards are under for everything they do, to say no when they're prepared to make that commitment. So I had my question asked around their understanding of the fact that this was in perpetuity, that it would be an amount of money that obviously would be inflationary depending on what that cost was. To protect the finances of this council, I suppose I sort of run with Councillor Hills and say potentially you don't give it to them in the first place. You don't sort of give LDI just to have it taken back. So potentially look at a financial mechanism where it's just in the bank before it's asked back, because there will be political change over time. That happens, and so for me, providing there's that security by, financial security, I think it would be just unnecessary for us to say no. The second point I just want to make around it is the fact that it is very close to Point England Reserve. And there has been a number of contentious comments around the fact that some open space, this is a small way that we can make a contribution to increasing that open space back into that region. So to that end, I totally support the recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Lee, you're next, but do you want to close the debate? So we can go Clow, Watson, Hills, and then go to you.
Sure.
Okay, good. Councillor Clow.
No, I'm not going to support this acquisition. I've got no comfort from the fact that quite clearly the local board can just flick the responsibility back to us at pretty well any time they want to. And I'm just going to be staunch and stand up for the recommendations of the staff, because this is a consistent message coming through, and they're consistently telling us what they believe is the best thing to do, and we don't need this here, and we don't need this here, etc., etc. But I actually want to ask Mr. Kimpton to just repeat something he said in a workshop on Tuesday, or last week I should say, when he was talking about the fact that when it comes to his area, we have enough money in the LTP to deliver all the capital projects for the next 3 years of our long-term plan, but after that, there is no money. There is virtually no money to deliver any more capital projects at this stage of our LTP, so that's 4 years away. Maybe I heard it wrong.
So it's not quite how I recall saying it, but let's find out. So the challenge I put to the workshop, finance performance workshop, is that from a staff perspective, if there's a capital investment in the first 3 years of the LTP, we will do what it takes to deliver that. Recognising that the timing may move around depending on how things go. If it's in the subsequent 3 years, so years 4, 5 and 6, staff have resource to provide an advisory service, but have not got the resource or the budget to do the feasibility studies and or conceptual designs that may arise from a set of projects within that LTP. And if it's in the last 4 years of the LTP, unless there's a specific decision because it's a very large project and needs longer term planning, we'll be waiting to pick that up closer to the time. If it's not in the long-term plan, whether it's a capital project or whether it's a service or a program, then it's not funded. So that's the key principle. We also talked about renewals and maintenance budgets, and in that regard, our view is that with the number of vested assets coming into council, whether they're coming in free as this one is, or whether they're vested because it's part of a development, that the rate of those assets coming in and the provision for those assets is putting our renewals and maintenance expenditure under a fair bit of stress, and we'll need to review that with you coming into the long-term plan. On this particular issue, then, so how does what I've described play out? On this particular issue, the staff advice to you is we have a policy around acquisition of open space for parks and reserves purposes, and staff have given you advice. This, free or not, this land doesn't fit with that policy, and so that's been put to the local board, and the local board says we still think this adds value to our community for reasons that they will be across. But whether it's free or not, you'll need a capital investment in that site to create the playground and or other improvements to it, and you'll need to provide an ongoing maintenance for both the open space and any improvements. So I think your challenge as council, and I include local boards and governing body or this committee in that, is the degree to which non-priority acquisition of open space, if I can use that language, you want that to consume LDI in local boards. Because if it's being spent this way, it's not going to be available for other things. So that's a real discussion that you will have with local boards at the right time. So I think you just need to be careful as you go into this. If you purchase this now, this is not, my advice to you is you will never end up selling it, okay? If you take this on your books, you won't sell it because you'll have created a whole sense of community commitment to it. So you're putting a caveat around we will sell it if they stop funding it. I don't think that'll play out politically. I could be wrong, but that would be my advice to you. So you agree to this on the basis that it becomes a permanent part of your portfolio, unless for another reason it's then released. So you're making, on these ones you're making important decisions because you're shifting the OPEX and capital improvements to the local board, and yes, it could come back. It could be a discussion that you have, but you need to go into it with your eyes wide open. That would be my survey of the issues that you need to address when thinking about this decision.
Thank you. That's really clear. Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Well, I certainly going into this with my eyes wide open. 1,800 square metres of land for free that the local board want. They want it. They've made it clear they want it. And they've expressed a clear commitment that they're going to pay the whopping cost of $1,000 a year to cut the grass. Now, I dare say anyone else in Auckland, if they came up to you and say, hey, John, here's 1,800 metre square section, but I'll give it to you for nothing, but you're going to have to cut the grass. I might be tempted to take it. I might be tempted to take it. I don't mean to be facetious, but I can think of many parts of the lower part of the North Shore where there was a whole lot of rubbish land that the developers didn't take because it was no use to them. It had bush on it, it had streams in them, and they didn't want it, so it was of no value to them. The council, and I think it was the Birkenhead Borough Council to its credit, and Northcote and a few other ones, they took this land, and for decades it just sat there, and no one bothered with the kids like me, went and played it and built tree huts and all the rest of it. But now, in 2017, that land is incredibly valuable. It forms the only green network that goes all through Glenfield and Birkdale and Beachhaven, which were kind of poorer areas. And now you just wouldn't be able to get. Housing has encroached into it a bit. But the point is, the foresight shown by someone way back then has paid off with the council now. And this is an absolute no-brainer. Wherever it happens around Auckland, whether it's in Tamaki or Albany or anywhere else, if the local board's willing to take on that cost, good on them, because they're showing a bit of foresight.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo some of the comments of Councillor Watson. You know, I am very blessed to live in Kaipatiki in Glenfield, and we have over 540 hectares of local parks just in our little local board area. And it was the foresight of people long before that means I can basically walk up and down the road over my back fence everywhere that there's parks. We do have a policy, and I totally agree with that, but I see this as outside that because of the local board's view on that. I would totally go, no, we can't afford it, to purchase it outside the policy, and maybe better things come up in the future. I also know at the same time as this kind of thing's coming up, we've got the governance review happening, and this is the type of thing that local boards, I think, get a bit annoyed about, where they try and go the extra way to alleviate a problem and use their own discretionary funding to fund something. So I think it's important that we respect this, and I also think that, you know, sort of threatening to sell it in the future is not a good look. But I do know if for some bizarre reason, which I doubt would ever happen, that they stop funding the $6,000 a year, that we do have a mechanism as a governing body to then reduce their LDI by $6,000 to make it all meet up. But I do think that it's important that we, you know, it is free land technically, and the local board's willing to fund it. So I think we need to you know, be creative a little bit on situations like this and vote for this today. So thank you.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Walker, Councillor Mike Lee, and then Councillor Denise Lee, who will close the debate. Councillor Walker.
So I'd just like to follow on from Councillor Hill's comments around creativity. And I would make the observation, as Councillor Hill's mentioned, that governance is changing. I would hope that we're going to have more authority, accountability, responsibility going further around local boards. I'd suggest that if you are talking about the money, a certain quantum of money a year for looking after an area, local boards are going to be creative around that. You could have a community garden there, and I know of community gardens that cost nothing to run on council's part. Communities want to be empowered. They want to do stuff, and they're actually crying out for space. This might make a good location for a community garden, especially in an area where I would suggest a lot of people are food deprived. Food deprived. The other comment that I'd make is, in respect of some land, if that land has got trees on it, has got vegetation on it, you can quantify the value of nature in terms of purifying our air supply, enhancing stormwater, a whole lot of things that other parts of this council attach value to, and increasingly you can quantify those values. And far-reaching councils, and I could elaborate any number of them in cities around this planet, put a value on open space and on the things that nature provides, and play, and all of those things that we've been considering earlier in this agenda. So for me, this is a no-brainer. And I think that the test for me is if I look back at some later point and thought, well, gee, how did I vote around this? I'd be pretty proud of the way I'll be voting on this today for future generations. And that's the test that matters to me. It's that future generation test.
Councillor Lee.
I'll be brief, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree. It's a no-brainer. This is a very sensitive area right now with growing public concerns about the loss of 11 hectares on the Point England Reserve, and at the same time there is intensive development going on with the Tamaki Redevelopment Company. So open space is at a premium. There are more people and less open space than what there was or will be. And so if there is an opportunity and the local board supports it and it's for free, please, I can't see any reason not to accept it. In many respects, given what is going on there, it would be almost irresponsible not to accept it.
And closing words to Councillor Denise Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Josephine Bartley from the local board is actually away sick today from work. I'm on good assurance from multiple members of the local board that they have thought through the issues and that they, as you read, are supportive of the proposal to accept what they would see and we should see too as a free gift with the understanding that there is the LDI implications and again that the local board have thought through what those implications are. It is an amended design, so I think what we, a couple of points that councillors may not be privy to, and it was part of the discussions that went on with the local board and with Tamaki Redevelopment Company and our parks team, is that there has been an amendment or several amendments of what was originally proposed, so the local board see what is now before them, and I know that's not what we're voting on today, but the current design is something that's been, they feel, on their terms, and I think that's important to note. The process with Tamaki Redevelopment Company could have been better. A suggestion would be that they engage with our parks team earliest in this particular venture, so I would hope that they would be listening to doing things a little bit differently if we have other pocket parks show up. And the other important point to note, colleagues, is that the local boards see this as contextually in a much wider frame with all the work that they've got ahead of them with the Tamaki Redevelopment Company and land exchanges in general for the area. So the open space network plan hasn't quite gone through the local board agenda. It should be coming soon. So this is one, for want of a better term, this should be seen as a give and take series of discussions, many discussions that they'll be having with TRC. So what we see and read in our agenda is that the local board are comfortable, and so should we too. I'll just point out 3 quick bullet points. One is that if you read paragraph number 6, the staff do in fact recommend that this take place, despite their report saying earlier they didn't. Number 6 clearly does highlight the staff do recommend that we pass this. I guess I already covered open space network plans coming, so there's a much wider view to be cast on this. And then the last point I'd make is, Member Brown, our governing body submission to the Point England enablement legislation actually does not oppose the legislation. We've highlighted some concerns and especially talk about precedent and what to do with the proceeds should things pass, but it doesn't oppose. It was the local board that took that step in their submission. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge fellow colleagues to pass this. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, so we'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
We'll record that.
No.
Yep.
Record it.
Thank you. Don't want it recorded. Point made. Thank you very much. Thank you, team. So we move on to item 14, Maraetai Drive in Maraetai. So we've got item 14, item 15, the 2 revocation items. Welcome, team. Over to you. So, brief, just reminding people about the process, I think, is probably the most important issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is following on from the Council's decision to approve the disposal of 2 parcels of land. We're looking at the 2 reports here, one for Maraetai Drive and one for Nighill Crescent. Resolution was passed to dispose of the properties subject to statutory requirements in April last year. We've now carried out part of the revocation process for the reserve status of the land by public notification, and on submissions we've appointed a independent commissioner to review the submissions, and the commissioner has provided us with a recommendation on both properties, a separate recommendation on both properties.
Lovely, thanks, Nigel. So should we just take questions at this stage? Questions? It's pretty straightforward. I think the process is clear.
Move.
You happy to move, Councillor Philippina? Yep. I'll second. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. And 15. Same.
I'll leave it to the councillors in Mission Bay to
Okay.
move, Chair.
Just be some questions on that. If not, would you? Oh, Member Brown.
Unlike the Maraetai situation, I understand in the background of the Nihil Crescent property that there is an issue, and I'm unsure whether it's been resolved. So I do know of one, possibly 2 iwi, whom took issue to the potential of removal of vegetation, particularly around the site post what's decided here. I also understand that that issue, at least from them, has not been resolved. I wanted to know if you had an update around that scenario.
So that's the Ngāti Hall,
Covenant.
the covenant issue, yeah.
Right. The issue has not been resolved as such, but there are a number of options available for the protection of the trees if that's what the councillors wish to do. 3 options. One would be to nominate the tree for inclusion on the Auckland schedule of notable trees. Another one would be to place a covenant under the 1977 Reserves Act. And the third one would actually be to place a restriction, a covenant on the title.
And this relates to the two submissions that we had. One was a general comment on the vegetation on the site. The other was noticing that there were a number of native trees on the land. So we did get an arborist's report, which we gave to the commissioner, and he considered the report. The arborist noted that there was just one tree which was of note, but probably wouldn't be up to, would be on the low. If you were going to submit an application under the unitary plan to protect the tree, it would be at the lower end of that scale of notability. But the commissioner didn't make any recommendations as to the protection of the tree on the site. So we're talking about one tree over the whole area of 800, which is covered in bushes and smaller trees and shrubs.
So if I look at the 17 tree removal applications to Waiheke last week alone, in 17 separate properties that all took the same attitude, it's only one tree. But they had no idea that 16 of their neighbours on the same island were proposing a similar application. So with respect to the number, that's irrelevant. What's relevant is the significance placed upon the flora and fauna, albeit by one submitter, that I find myself almost responsible for in the exchanges we're having today. So I accept your answers. Somewhat disappointed that the Commissioner, for whatever reasons, didn't make a comment to it, because that would have been helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So it's still within our hands. Should we decide to pick up from, I think, so Ganti Tiato, Waiho and Ngati Tamaho both made the point about the vegetation and the hope for covenanting of the trees, the same tree, the tree. So we could actually put something in here to say when we go through this process, we'd like that protected.
Yes, that's possible, and if the Minister approves the revocation of the reserve status, then our next step would then be to try and sell the land for and return as much money to council as possible. If we do protect the tree, then that will have an impact on the value that we can release. Potentially, maybe not. I mean, until we go to the adjoining owners and discuss that in more detail, we can't tell.
Okay, all right. Let's see where we're going to go with this. I've got Member Wilcox and then Councillor Wayne Walker. Oh, Councillor Philip Bainer.
So I'm reading through the Commissioner's report, and we have to take what the Commissioner said on face value. I'm concerned in a lot of ways because for Māori, this is the only time that they have in which to discuss the revocation under Section 77 of the Reserves Act. And as far as I know, is there another process for them once it goes to the Minister, or does this recommendation go directly to the Minister?
In the clearance process, iwi, Mana Whenua were consulted on the proposal to dispose of the land subject to statutory requirements. And then in our process under the Reserves Act, we also separately notified all iwi for submissions, and hence the submissions that we received. And we'll submit the council's resolution. If it's a resolution to support the revocation, then we'll submit that resolution to a Minister of Conservation, and the Ministry does do its own check on Maori consultation, iwi consultation, Mana Whenua consultation, and on one of the properties we've been involved with recently, they actually undertook their own checks also.
So my second question, sorry, Madam Chair, I have a few questions. My second question is, did the Ahika, in other words, Orake, discuss this kaupapa?
The Orake Trust, they indicated that they had no objection to the proposal to revoke the reserve.
Okay. My third question is, and I think this is something that we may not be able to solve in this forum, but the Commissioner makes no mention of that he heard the discussion of Ngati Tamaho and others in this discussion, in his findings. I'm struggling to see that in his findings. Would you reach that same conclusion?
In our report that we sent to the Commissioner, we included the correspondence with the iwi in question. So the Commissioner would have had sight of the correspondence.
And I think the Commissioner went to quite a lot of time to investigate with other parties as well, so I presume I can't comment on how he dealt with the submissions, but we do know he went out and spoke to a number of people, including the members of the local board, to check on the consultation process, etc. So I presume he would have given it due weight.
Well, I'd like to think so, but he doesn't report that he did. So, you know, he's just done a cut and paste of the principles of the treaty, but I don't see there where he addressed the issues that they had raised in that way, following the principles of the treaty. My final question is really to do with the tree itself. You said there's one tree there that the arborist said was possibly could be protected as a notable tree. Would it achieve those results?
Well, first, the arborist did not specifically say it was a notable tree. He said that the tree was of some ecological value. The three options that I put forward will place a protection on the tree, but I suppose the question the councillors have to consider, in addition to the potential effect on the value and the saleability of the land, would be how this would be monitored.
So my supplementary to that, Madam Chair, is then, is this tree mentioned in our biodiversity policy strategy?
This individual tree?
No, I mean this species of tree. I mean, is it just another tea tree, or is it just a
It's
a
koe.
So that, I take it that's a rare tree in the central city?
I understand that it is relatively rare, and these are the arborists' words, it is relatively rare in central Auckland.
So does biodiversity add points to the notable trees scenario?
It would be presumably one of the characteristics that would be considered in an application of that nature. Yeah, so it would qualify on the basis of being a relatively rare native tree in central Auckland.
There are a number of metrics that the policy has, and points are scored against certain attributes. So in terms of biodiversity, it would probably score quite highly. In terms of its visibility, for example, it might not score very much.
So we could ask for it to be put on because it is rare, but because it can't be seen, because it's still only, how old is this tree?
The arborist indicated that it was around 50 years old.
So because it's only 50 years old and can't be seen yet, but in 100 years' time it will be seen, we're not going to save it. I mean, I'm just struggling to understand this, Madam Chair.
So I don't think that's what we're saying. So let's just take a little step back. So we just need to understand the process. We need to first of all make the decision on the revocation or not, to support the revocation or not. Secondly, just understand if this is, it then goes through the separate process that may well pick up some of the issues raised by iwi and may well pick up the tree protection issues. Thirdly, if it slips through that, when this is put up for sale and consents are applied for again, I would presume that the bush cover, or no, if there's not an SCA, then it might not trigger a more closer look at the bush. So I guess what we're saying is, you know, do we trust the gates that it's going to go through, or do we wish to place some sort of covenanting and protection on the tree today? Do we have another opportunity if we don't do it today? What are the other opportunities to us?
The other opportunity could be after, if we do request the lifting the reserve status and the Minister approves, then we could then review the protection of the tree, and we are also considering a plan change for the open, because it's not required for open space any longer. So in terms of selling the property, it's better to have an adjacent zoning, or the same zoning as the adjacent property in terms of maximising value to council. And so I suppose in that plan change process, that could be considered as part of the attributes of the site.
My preference as chair is that we actually do it in the right context. I understand the issues that are being made, but I don't like making decisions without the information to back it up, and we're guessing the age, the importance, the you know, whatever information we need about the tree is not here. And I've seen a lot around this table. We do a lot of that, and I'd rather we did it in the context of good information and the right report in front of us. So I'm going to suggest that to progress this, that we accept the recommendation here, and we have a B which asks that we pick up the issue of the protection, the appropriate level of protection for, is it the tree or the bush? What are we talking about? I think should we go for the
tree.
The tree. The appropriate level of protection for the tree as we go into the, whatever you just said, Nigel, which is the next stage,
It would be a plan change on the zoning of the property.
Madam Chair.
Just hang on a sec. Okay.
Oh, you've got to go.
I just heard a Madam Chair from here. Councillor Philippaina?
Chair, as Meatloaf would say, you took the words right out of my mouth, because that's exactly what I was waiting for, really, from the Independent Māori Statutory Board members, to put something very similar to what you've suggested. So thank you for B, because I will support B. And the reasons as outlined in the three options, those three options will be coming to us as a result of your B. So, yeah, look, I'm definitely supported. I don't know if Chair, you will be moving the recommendation, but I have no issues in regards to either or wait for an Independent Māori Statutory Board member to either second or move. But look, I think it is important, based on the Māori impact statement and what we've heard from our staff in regards to the revocation, but also to the fauna. So, yeah, I definitely support A and B, Chair.
Okay. Well, if you're happy to move, I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, first off, just want to speak in support of the tree. Koikoe trees are very, very special. Something of this age has got considerable merit. So I don't want to say anything more than that, but it's a special tree. The bolt-on, I'd suggest, the other important thing about this site is the flooding, and in particular the overland flow path. So it would concern me that we would lose that, because that would affect residents around the area and council stormwater management at large. Is it possible to bolt that on, Madam Chair?
As soon as we get into looking at any change and operate or use of this site, all of that will be taken into consideration. I think we could rewrite the whole plan change process here. All of that's taken as given.
Disposals.
We're just wanting to pick up the issues raised by iwi in particular, so that we don't lose the issue of the tree. But all the rest is taken as given. Am I correct? Okay, Councillor Mike Lee.
I'll be brief, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose this on fundamental principles. With a growing population, we should be creating more open space, not developing it. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just got a question around the tree, and I have no worries at all about keeping the tree. In fact, I have no worries about keeping more than one tree. But the point is, if you have a look at page 98, it's a very thin strip of land. And so it's very unlikely to sort of get extra housing on it. Well, you never know these days, they're getting smaller and smaller, aren't they? But in the sprawling metropolis of Mission Bay, I'm just not sure. So I'm wondering about the value of doing this in the first place. If the tree is not located on the map, I can't see where it is, and I just wonder about the value of doing it in the first place. If you've got the tree protected, what does that do to the value of the land, which was the whole purpose of getting rid of it, so we could get some money and going forward? So. Ned,
Through the chair, yes, the characteristics of the land are steep and narrow. There could be value released from amalgamation with the adjoining ownerships. And I note that the lot 1 was sold at over $500,000 last year, similar, same width and similar length. So we can release quite a lot of value from these for adjoining owners in terms of opening up for either better gardens and improving their values, or if it increases the site, then they have subdivision opportunities if it gets to a certain size.
So the tree, what we want to do with the tree won't affect that at all?
So the tree is sort of located at the sort of in the middle of the site, where the site starts to open up, widen, and it's so it may or may not impact on how the land could be used in the future.
Okay, right, and back to Member Wilcox.
Yes, Madam Chair, and it's really a comment, and it's about the quality of the report from the commissioners. Where would that go to, or do we need to talk about that regulatory and whatever we're called now, or is that?
Well, the Commissioner is an extremely experienced Reserves Act specialist, been working at DOC and done many reports to the council over the years. So
I'm not. What I'm saying is, Madam Chair, is that it's the one of the jobs of a commissioner is to ensure that people have heard that know that they have been heard, and I don't see that in this report.
I mean, if the IMSB, as a representative of the IMSB, or if the IMSB would like to raise their concerns about the quality of that report, I think you're quite within the rights to do so. So I guess I'm handing back. If that wishes to be raised, do it.
At the Regan.
I think just do it directly. It's probably the...
That's a good
yeah,
pass.
the Department of Conservation will review. The Department of Conservation will review how council has considered these submissions.
Yeah.
So that could be part of that process.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. Right, we've got A and B. I'm going to put that, all those in favour.
Oh, Madam Chair, sorry, just a point of clarity, and for the purposes of surety moving forward, could we please include the species of the tree, which is the kohikoi, the level of kohikoi tree? Because I'm worried that they're going to save a eucalyptus tree on the side of the road and knock the kohikoi over.
Likely to be a camellia or something.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Done. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No,
Carried.
no. Recorded, please.
No.
Record
no.
my vote against A, please.
Okay. John, Wayne, John, Mike. Okay. All right.
Always good to be in your company, Mike.
On to item number 16. Thank you. And I'd just like to signal I'm happy to move, and Councillor Clough is happy to second. Anything that we need to add, gentlemen?
No, only to reiterate the importance that Sandra Coney's presentation brought to this issue, and the need to start to move on some action out there, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Wouldn't turn this one
music
down, would
to
we,
our
Madam Chair?
ears. Thank you, Neil. Thank you for
We
that.
already own it.
Yes, and we had a brief sort of little chat up here, just saying there is some of that that'll be fantastic if we can find some creative ways of actually responding to Sandra's requests. That'll be great. So, Ross and I have moved this. Do you wish to speak, Ross?
I just have one query. Just regards the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Act, does one need to make a specific application to someone to get extra land added and covered by that act, or is it the fact that it's now part of the regional parkland, it's implied that it's covered?
Yes,
Because previously this wasn't covered because it was private land. So.
The Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act has a demarked territory, and this is within that territory.
Thank you. That's all.
remember the
Yep.
Rangers Act goes right out to Titirangi and Swanson, so it covers the whole bank shooting match. It's
Green
only if
Bay.
we wanted to add
Yep.
bits outside that big line, whereas this is already in.
Yep. Thank
Cool.
you.
I'm gonna, Member Wilcox.
Have we done a lap for that area?
No, I don't think so. No.
So have we got
Have we done a lap for that area? Did
a
we do
lap for the
Lo-
PH?
Local area plan,
No,
no.
We didn't do it, okay.
I don't think. We've done laps for everything else. I don't think we've done one. We wouldn't dare do one for PH. It'd be changed within the moment it was signed off. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. Awesome result for that one. And thank you, Neil. Appreciate your comments about helping with Sandra's requests. Right. Welcome, team. Slightly more complex issue. Just while our team get themselves settled to explain this one to us, I just want to raise an issue that did come up this morning, and this is the perfect time to raise it. We had the announcement by government over the weekend with Minister Nikki Kay talking about the metro schools and looking for opportunities to place on parks and council land. I'm very, very keen that we get on the front foot on this issue. We don't want this planned around us, and we don't want this done to us. We're already working in that kind of partnership with schools. We've got this as an example. We've got Henderson High, where we built a hockey pitch. Council built in conjunction with the hockey community, a large hockey pitch, and there are several other examples. So we're already doing this. I think we've got a fantastic opportunity to work with government on shared facilities and shared opportunities to activate schools post 3 o'clock and to work on collaborative opportunities for our open space being used at times when it's completely underutilised, in other words, when our children are at school. So I just want to signal that work and discussion is underway. I think some people have expressed a little bit of alarm about it. I see, if we're in the driving seat, that we've got huge opportunities, and we might even get government to open their purse strings and open their coffers and actually help with some of the operation of these. So it's just in that context that we introduce this item. And I also just want to take a moment to actually acknowledge the beloved principal of Western Springs who passed away recently, and Ken Havel was known and loved by many, and I think it's just timely as we talk about Western Springs College to acknowledge Ken. So I just want to check. So Shale, would you like to just speak at the beginning of this?
Or after the introduction? Over to you, Madam Chair.
Why don't
Yes?
you just
Yep,
go for it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shale Chambers, Deputy Chair of Waitemata Local Board, the Inner City Board. I was actually going to canvass many of the issues, Madam Chair, that you've just raised, because as a local board, we are very, very conscious of the inner city issues and the competition for space and the value of land and the underutilised potential of the schools, and conversely, the ability of the Crown to leverage off our wonderful inner city park system. It's not actually new to the inner city. I mean, Auckland girls have used the Western Park sports field for since 1922. There's been an arrangement with the Crown, but we have a unique opportunity, and everyone probably knows that I'm laboured to the bone, but we have an opportunity with this Minister of Education to actually make some progress in this space. And this before you today, whilst expensive and a significant step, is a vital step in terms of progressing the partnership. Many of you may not know, but I was chair of the Central Facilities Partnership when local boards were taking baby steps in this space, as was the North Shore, in terms of leveraging off our schools, in terms of assisting with upgrading of tennis courts or sports fields, and assisting sports clubs to invest in small steps in terms of additional indoor facilities, Epsom Girls, for example. and TriStar Gymnastics and others on the isthmus. But we have a significant shortage in the isthmus area in particular of indoor recreational, formal, organised sport space, and you have the numbers in front of you here. Obviously it is, 13 courts now and projected to grow to 42. I haven't had an opportunity to say this, but in 2010, when Auckland Council was formed, Waitemata Local Board's resident population, which of course is not the 130,000 that come into the city centre and have business after hours, recreational, formal and informal sport as well, was 70,300. Today it stands at 101,500. That's over a 30% increase and projected to continue. Waitemata has the largest growth, but Oraki and Albert Eden surrounding also have the largest shortfall in terms of sports field capacity. So obviously as you get from the inner city out to the isthmus and beyond, the shortfall increases. So I'm here to say that this is a fantastic opportunity, that the community and school partnership project is an enhanced version of what we were doing at the local board level and before that Auckland City Council and the North Shore Council in particular, but Manukau as well. And that this has been identified as a project. So this is the next step in that. It's already been identified, the opportunities identified, and this is now presented with you. And it comes with the luxury, if you read the paper obviously carefully, that even the $2 million original budget actually is within budget. It's not an unbudgeted item. It does take us all the chunk of a budgeted item. But if this is not a large project that's worthy and identified, then I don't know what is. So the budget's there, and there is the future budget and the long-term plan as well. So by supporting this, we're not only supporting Council's identified need to support active and healthy citizens, and an identified shortfall, especially in the indoor sports space. But I'd also like to make a plea that this is also in the right place. Other opportunities were identified around which would take up our precious open space, which is not desirable. And conversely, like schools are looking to be in an urban area where they don't have playgrounds, and I think that's an ideal match potentially made in heaven, and we should take advantage of it, but we've got to play our part and then ask the Crown to play their part in a greater sense too. So for this, we get 175 hours of court time. If we were to do it alone, it's 35, I think, hours less, stand to be corrected. So it's not only makes sense in terms of delivering an outcome, but makes absolute financial sense. If we're in the space, helping to provide indoor court space, and Council has already predetermined through its planning and policies that is what we are doing, and that's exactly what the community and school partnership. So it's in the right place. Western Springs College, and unfortunately the current principal couldn't be with us today, but the Western Springs College is a welcoming, open community college. Our local board would not be supporting this project if it was in one of what I call the gated community schools. More and more intermediate and secondary schools have put up fencing around their thing. But Western Springs have already made their facilities available. We have TAPIC, which is already a tried and true pathway in terms of a partnership with that school from a decade or so ago. The Performing Arts School, if those who don't know that, is on Western Springs. The school has been completely redeveloped. I think it's the largest redevelopment in New Zealand. And it has the space, it has the will, and we have a willing partner that details need to be determined. And from a local board perspective, I urge you to support this proposal.
Thank you, Shale. Well, that's pretty much said and done, really. You add to that, Mace.
I'll get Anita, Madam Chair, just to present this. Anita's been working on this partnership for quite some time, and really at the encouragement of taking bold opportunities when they arise, so that we can leverage good value for money for the council.
Awesome. Thanks, Anita.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board Member Shale has pretty much stolen all my thunder, but I'll quickly run through the highlights of the report. So the impetus for investigating this opportunity is really there is a significant shortage of indoor courts across Auckland. As Member Shale pointed out, the current undersupply is estimated to be around 13 indoor courts, which is going to grow to 42 indoor courts, which was identified in the National Indoor Court Strategy in 2014. But to support that, there's been a couple of independent studies completed by Auckland Basketball and also Auckland Netball, who have also confirmed that there is a significant lack of indoor courts across Auckland, and particularly in the Isthmus area. Now, the lack of provision is really curtailing their opportunity to grow as sport, and there's a significant amount of latent demand. And so that represents a whole lot of our community that are not able to participate in sport and recreation as they choose to. We forecast that the demand for indoor courts is going to grow, particularly as our city becomes more diverse, and sports like badminton and table tennis and basketball are going to become increasingly popular. The central city area is under pressing need. There are very few facilities that are available for those types of activity. And there's a particular need for venues where there are 4 or more courts, which enable sort of competitions to occur more efficiently and more effectively. We've got a number of courts around which are 1-court venues, or at the most 2. And I think North Shore Event Centre is our only 4-court centre in the city. So the opportunity at Western Springs College, the Ministry of Education are undertaking a significant rebuild of about 75% of the college. As part of that, they are funding 1 new full-size indoor court for school needs, but there is room to add an additional 4 courts so that we could have a total in 5. What we're thinking as part of this proposal is we have predominantly school use during the day, although there may be opportunities to bring other schools into the site because there is a number of other schools in the local area. And then at a time sort of around about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the community sport would occur, and it would be very much in a structured, programmed sort of space rather than sort of drop-in, casual, individual. As Member Charles has pointed out, this college has had a long history of partnerships with the council, not only with TAPAC. It's one of the few remaining schools that continue to do adult education. It has a marae, which has a huge amount of community use for it. It has a couple of sports fields. Just over the summer, it made that sport fields available to the local athletics club because Walker Park was unavailable for due to renovations. So it has a strong sense of community, and it really wants to reinforce its position as the focal point of the community. This diagram gives you a very quick synopsis of how it would go. The blue box at the bottom is the MOE funded court. Stage 1, 12.3 million would give you 2 courts, which is in red, and then stage 2 potentially gives you another 2 courts at 11.7 million, so 24 million in total. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Councillor Clow, should we do questions first and then move to the recommendation? Just before we open up, I mean, I'm happy to move the recommendation, but I wondered if there was someone who's passionate about moving the recs. You happy to? Should we let our finance chair and deputy chair move the recommendations? Yep. Councillor Clow and Councillor Simpson. Okay, Councillor Clow.
I am happy to move because I'm totally supportive of this, though I do have some concern about the wording in B, which I'll come back to. But in D, and it's not the wording so much as, wouldn't the ministry be doing a business case? Now I know it's probably our fiduciary duty, we have to do one as well, but bottom line is if the ministry's doing it and spending that money, it's resource we don't need to apply to developing a business case, and we can just obviously amend what would one hopes is a very good business case by the ministry. So that's really a question on that, because again we're talking about just trying to save resources in Dean's area.
Through you, Madam Chair, the business case from the Ministry of Education's point of view has already been prepared and approved by Cabinet, so that's already gone through, which is what secured them the $79 million. Obviously that business case, I think it was signed off about 18 months ago, so it made no mention whatsoever of a partnership or building additional indoor courts. So the business case that we need to prepare is more about the indoor courts, how that would specifically work, and it would need to be signed off by both the Ministry of Education and also Council in terms of the partnership and how that would work and how the funding would be dished out. And there is certainly opportunity to leverage off what the ministry have already done, and certainly if we're working with them, there's cost savings around utilising their designers, utilising their engineers, their all of those sort of consultants through that process.
So my second, it is a question really, it relates to B. Why, again, wouldn't the ministry be doing the whole conceptual design even with the extra? I mean, so I suppose my thoughts are that we should say approve the allocation of $2 million from Parks, Sports and Recs budget as council's contribution towards the construction of the Western Springs indoor courts. Because that's just giving $2 million to the ministry to design it, towards their design costs. Now, why would we do that? Why would we not just say, look, we're willing to stump up $2 million for the construction, but why are we giving them money, $2 million towards the design of a project that's $25 million in total for stage 1 and 2, which is 10%, which is basically the entire design cost. I would suggest normal projects is about 10%. Why are we paying for the ministry's design costs of this part?
So through you, Madam Chair, you are correct that design costs are normally between 10 and 15%. So at a total project value of around 24 million, we were sort of estimating that there needed to be $2 million towards the design of the additional indoor courts. So the ministry's project is, I mean, they've got design fees to pay for the design of the $79 million, not for the additional $24 million for the indoor courts. The other part is that by committing to this partnership, one of the things we will need to secure with the Ministry of Education is some design changes to their indoor court. It mainly relates to the height of their indoor court, which they at the moment want to build at 8 metres high. We would want it to be 10 metres high because that's the standard that we need for indoor sport. And so part of the $2 million is around making them make the design changes that they need to do to their building as well. We hope that by working with the ministry that we will get cost savings around that design process. So if we were doing it on our own, this process, the design would cost $2.4 million, if not maybe more, because sometimes it can get up to 15%.
So therefore, by implication, are we up for the other 23 million after that? As I hate to say, that's the gloomy part. I mean, you know, we're going to design the whole thing, and then we're going to pay for the whole thing.
So through the chair, I mean, the business case that we'll bring back through the long-term plan will have a proposal for how the rest of the construction costs are met. So on a purely sort of mathematical basis, if the total cost is 24 and we pay for 2 million in terms of the design process, the remaining cost is 21. How we then package that, we would like to have further discussions with the Ministry of Education around whether they have the ability to fund either through role growth as the school grows, that they may be able to contribute to some of the additional courts, or if we're looking at the model of development that we take on, there might be other funding opportunities through trusts and things like that. So I think that's all what we need to explore through the business case.
Yeah, and so through you, Madam Chair, just to supplement Anita's answer, which I think was, I think that's our advice to you, is that as a wayfinding opportunity with the ministry, we may be able to get better value for money in the future if we get in earlier in their development cycle around some of these things. So if we are successful in this case, it may pay dividends later on. And that is, we're asking, to be quite bold in this situation.
So, Mace, can you confirm, do we have in our present LTP for a project like this $25 million?
I can confirm that we've got $104 million that you haven't yet allocated to development projects of this nature in our LTP.
Of this nature, indoor courts. So it's the 108 specifically indoor?
Not specifically indoor, but to provide for the provision of sport and recreation. Yeah.
So in layperson's terms, we've got a huge shortfall in indoor courts, and if you look at the stats that Active provide, we are woefully inadequate. We need to build this. We're literally piggybacking. Someone else is doing a build. We're jumping in and piggybacking on that build. Otherwise, we would have to purchase land or find park space on which to build this.
Have a lesser outcome.
Sorry, councillors, I don't mean to be a pain, but
it's
this is a lot of money, and sorry, and Councillor Lee just reminded me of clause 42, which really are, and I hear what you're saying, Mace, about the, we've got 108 or 104, but I mean there is currently no funding earmarked for this particular opportunity. That's the first sentence. So I know we've got 108, but I mean we've also got 500 or 600 million to buy land for parks, and we keep going 2 million here and 2 million here extra from stuff that staff don't recommend we buy, or indeed we operate afterwards. And now, I mean, I'm seeing this shrinking amount of money, pool of money going down, down, down. And I'm totally supportive. That's what I'm saying. But just there's no funding earmarked for this particular opportunity. So is that 25 million out of our 104? Have we got 25 million out of 104 that's earmarked for the isthmus for an indoor facility of 4 courts?
Not specific, not in particular, but we have identified, I think, as the report says in our advice to you, that you have a real shortage in the provision of this type of facility across the region, and in particular given the growth on the isthmus area.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Just exploring the budget too, because what I heard Mace say there was the 104 in that particular budget, and then there's reference to a $2 million budget, and that's $2 million only in the partnership budget. So I'm just not clear which one the intention is to draw it from.
So the first draw would be for the design and engineering costs from the Sport and Recreation Partnerships budget.
Which is an OPEX budget.
Which is...
Right.
The second would be once the business case is fully completed and we report back as part of the LTP process, then that would come from your from the capital budget, the 104 unallocated.
Okay, but that larger budget, normally that the prioritisation of that budget has not been undertaken, and you're alerting us to that, and you're also you're reinforcing that fact in paragraph 43.
Yes, that's right.
So that's just for transparency, because it does sort of, well, to be fair to Councillor Clough, he's alerting us to that does breach the rules a little bit here. Would that be fair to say? I think we just need to be quite transparent about it.
It's fair to say we would be coming to you as part of the LTP, demonstrating that we have a lack of provision in this type of facility to deliver sports. We're also breaking it into potentially two stages. So the first stage will be the order of $12 million, and the second stage is similar number. So that could be some time out, or if we hopefully might find an angel investor maybe.
Okay. And so in terms of the partnership agreement, would there's likely to be then further spend on this over and above the 2 million?
For operational costs? Yes.
Well, let's say, question capex and opex, yeah.
There'll certainly be operational costs. Councillor Darby, I think that's the detail we'll report back in the business case. So in some of this will be pay for play. If other schools were using it, we'll be looking to recover some revenue from this facility. Also, our normal approach in budgeting is 2.5% of consequential operational costs for the capital construction that the council puts in.
So we'd be undertaking an access agreement on the back of this?
Certainly an access and a partnership agreement that guaranteed community access and look to maximise the programmable space on these courts.
The access agreement would allow us access to all the courts, not just the additional courts?
All the courts.
Okay, thank you.
And also some of the parking that's on the school.
Oh, sorry, thank you for raising that. So, Madam Chair, just pursuing that one, I'm aware that there are significant car parking constraints. You won't often find me discussing car parking constraints in this council, but I understand that they are quite significant to service the school, the MOTAT, the zoo, and there's the possibility of sharing the car parking. So what I'm interested in, and my question is, will the sharing and efficient use of the car parking be explored in the agreement?
Madam Chair, can I just answer that?
And I just before you do, Shale, Michael's sitting at the back. Bless your heart, Mr. Motat, he's still here, and I think I'm getting a bit of a signal, I'm hoping, which is, yes, we will explore that. Am I correct, Michael? It's a bit unconventional, but
Through the chair, I deliberately stayed because I knew this item was coming up. Just from Motat's point of view, we fully support the addition of the courts at Western Springs College, but there is a significant parking nightmare developing in the Western Springs precinct. We have a perfect storm developing both through the museum's parking requirements. The school doesn't have adequate parking on site for its own requirements. We have Seddon Fields, which is now AstroTurf and is being utilised to the full extent within the same period that these courts will be used. And we have Auckland Transport in the process of proposing that dual cycleways are put into Miola Road, which will push car parking from Miola Road into the residential areas and into the museum's car park, which is small. So there is a potentially, literally an explosive situation developing there. We have a solution, which we have brought up with the local board, the school and the ministry, whereby we develop the rough-looking bit of land down the side of the tram tracks, which will accommodate 370 cars. And the idea was to share during school hours with the school, and then after hours entering into some sort of arrangements with the use with Seddon Fields and this. But one small problem is that to develop that car park's another $3 million. So I would be, I have suggested to Auckland Transport, to the Ministry of Education, and I suppose suggesting to you as well, this committee, that there is a solution there by working together where people contribute towards the cost of that, and I can say that the museum is prepared to, out of its resources, to contribute at least $1 million towards that. Working together, we can actually provide a solution, but it needs to be factored into these type of discussions. I hope that's helpful for the committee.
That's useful.
Madam
I
Chair,
mean, we won't solve everything and cannot solve everything this afternoon, but at least we've
the local
tipped
board
out
has
the
recognised this issue for some time.
Yeah.
However, there is still plenty of parking in that area, and this is welcome to the brave new world of the inner city. So there's not just one solution, but that has been a solution that's suggested. The local board is very, very supportive of demand management in terms of solutions for parking, which means paid parking, to rationalise parking in on-demand areas. And so that also provides a potential source of revenue going forward to fund parking solutions. So we're very conscious of this, and today with RFA we've kicked off a Western Springs precinct plan, which is a high-level strategic look at coordinating all the various entertainment and passive recreation. This is an amazing part of the city as a precinct, and is going to go from strength to strength, and this is just part of the development of it in its future, adding one more thing to like Western Springs football field. Thanks to the predecessors of this committee and the investment in the turfing of 2.5 fields there, the membership of Western Springs Football Club has doubled in the last 4 years to 2,500 members. We sometimes forget we should congratulate ourselves on what we're being inundated with success in many parts of the city, and this is an example of it. So yes, we as a local board wish to continue the discussions about those sorts of solutions, and that one in particular. But it won't be the only solution. There's multiple solutions.
Okay, awesome.
Just to
Back
round it off,
Council-
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I was just going to see if Councillor Darby,
Thank you.
that you're cool with that?
Yep,
We've
with
just
the
got-
expectation that if there's a car park of 370, not only is the museum paying and others, but the users are paying.
That's what I said, demand management.
I've just got Councillor Walker, Wayne Walker, Councillor Lee and Councillor Watson, and then I think we'll bring this together. Oh, and Councillor Simpson. Okay, councillor Wayne
Yeah,
Walker.
just want to raise very briefly the issues around the deal that goes to this, and I'm mindful that this council is between a rock and a really hard place around our debt. I mean, a really hard place. So in respect of any negotiation, we should be looking to defer anything out in terms of payment on our part as long as we possibly can, because right now we are debt poor. The government wants this, so let's structure a deal like the sort of deals that the government strikes to us, where they screw us down. The boot's on our foot here, and we should be applying it. So I have real concerns that this is another instance where we're dipping into our pocket, effectively the ratepayer's pocket, racking up our debt at a point when we cannot afford it. And I also note, as far as cost is concerned, and this goes back to the local board discussion earlier, that we're talking about operational costs here around parking. And who's going to meet those? I'd suggest that the buck will be stopping with us around that. So again, we're effectively subsidising the government on an ongoing basis.
It's kind of the other way.
They're subsidising us. Mate.
Well,
they're subsidising us.
The government wants this, Madam Chair. This is provision for schooling and the like as much as it delivers for us.
Okay. I think actually our community wants this, and we're trying to work out between us and the government how we can effectively get it.
So I had a question around structuring as it goes to debt.
So debt, we will deal with that when the business case comes back.
It's in the long-term plan, it's already funded.
So councillor Lee, Mark Lee, you're next.
Yeah.
Could be the next long-term plan.
I have to say, Madam Chair, when I get communications and brochures offering me exciting opportunities, I'm always a little bit careful. I was at a meeting yesterday with the local board when I understand the board was briefed on this. I'm not too sure what the formal position is, but clearly this is a significant strategic initiative between the government and the council, and it should not just relate to one particular school. What I'm concerned about is there is a certain rush, you know, let's meet this opportunity while we can sort of mentality. We don't have a coherent region-wide approach to it. Councillor Walker has reminded us how tough the Ministry of Education has been on this council. Virtually, if I could use the word, blackmailing us into buying land to protect it from development. So they've taken a very hard-nosed approach in dealing with this council when it comes to looking after their interests, and good luck to them. I think we need a much more regional overview if we're going to go down this path, because this would just be the start. The $2 million donation towards designing the courts is obviously just the start, and I think we need, before we rush into it right now, we need a much more comprehensive region-wide approach on how, you know, how will this play out? What other opportunities are there, and how are we going to fund this if we want to do this? But to go in on rush in on an ad hoc basis right now without thinking through all the consequences, I think is premature. I hate to say that, but that's my feeling.
Thank you, councillor Lee. Councillor Watson.
Thank you. First question, just on that matter of cost, and particularly as it goes to cost comparability. What are the other courts or proposals that we're comparing that $5 million per court comparison with?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's been a recent 6-court indoor court development in Auckland, which was costed at $31 million, so it's around about $5 million per court.
Papakura.
Is that including land acquisition?
No, just build cost. there is also a number of comparable feasibility studies which have been done, which have also had indoor courts costed in around about the $5.5 million mark. There is a slight cost premium at Western Springs College due to the underlying ground conditions being at an ex-landfill. However, we have done an extensive analysis around what are the other opportunities within the CBD, Central City area, and the only other available land that we can see has those same underlying land conditions as well. So there really isn't a lot of other opportunities in the central area if we want to build indoor courts.
Yeah.
Could I just also add very quickly, I'm probably stealing Mace's thunder here, one of the reasons why this report is coming to you, and I do appreciate that it is a report of significant magnitude, the Ministry of Education are shortly about to appoint their design and build contractor, and once that appointment occurs, they will then start the process of detailed design and construction of their courts. So the window of opportunity for us to work with the Ministry of Education is now, and so the way that we've structured the recommendation in terms of contributing to the design process is to preserve that opportunity. I do appreciate that $2 million is a significant investment to preserve. However, then gives us then the room and the time to then consider through the business case and the LTP process the greater investment.
Okay, just on final question on the school itself. Current roll's 1,400, capacity there to nearly double to 2,500, and it is in an area of rapid growth. In terms of access, I'm assuming the school's getting to use all the courts during the day up to 3:30 or 4 o'clock, whatever it is. In terms of that potential roll growth, which is significant, I don't know in the normal course of events if that would necessarily qualify for another gymnasium, through the Ministry of Education. I'm not quite sure what that entitlement is. What is our ability then to factor in that roll growth to our potential component of the design or the build at this stage, given that is going to occur? We've had a minister who has said that.
Yes, I can start this, Madam Chair. So we've split the proposal into 2 stages, and that roll growth, if that occurs, that would be a factor in the funding of the capital funding in the second stage. So at that stage, we will be looking for another contribution from the school Ministry of Education if they had a greater demand than their current role.
So Mace, when we say contribution, what does that mean?
Well, that's what we need to work through in the business case in terms of identifying what programmable time they would need and would desire in those courts with that roll growth. But that would be either funding a further court, Ministry of Education, and so they would fund Court 4, for example, and we would fund Court 5 in that second stage.
Just a quick thing before we go to Councillor Simpson and Councillor Clow. At a meeting I had with Auckland Basketball and verified by Active, we're currently 14 courts short in the Isthmus, and by 2030 we will be 41 courts short in this area. So, we are chronically we are short of these playing venues, that it's actually our responsibility to get out and build. And, at the moment we've got this opportunity to join with someone else and build, no less than that. Councillor Simpson.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get my head around, in principle, I absolutely agree with this, because here's an opportunity. Basically, we get 5 courts for the price potentially of less than 5 courts somewhere else. I do know that we're short of space. So my questions are around, I heard both Anita and Shale both say that this was really about the Isthmus, or the old, potentially Auckland City Council area. And there wasn't any other, there's pretty much no other it says here, no practical alternative site options in the area. But then, Anita, you just said a while ago that there potentially was, that you identified, but it had the same issues as Western Springs. What was the area that you were referring to?
Through the Madam Chair, on paragraph 37, there's a table of the alternative site options. Really the only other sort of freely available land, if you could call it that, is Chamberlain Park and Mount Albert, which does have a whole lot of other significant issues swirling around that particular site. So
I want to go there.
No, don't go there.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying it, because what I was going to just mention, Madam Chair, is that the Oiraki ward is part of the Isthmus, and Colin Maiden Park, which is owned by the council, has a master plan which was completed in August 2016, which has the use of basketball available there. So it wasn't in the report as an option. It is definitely an option. It's been identified in the master plan. So without putting a finer point on it, I don't think that your report was correct when it said there was no other alternative sites other than the ones mentioned, because there is, and basketball is identified there. My problem is the $2 million, if we commit $2 million, we're committing the lot almost, because you can't go back. $2 million is a lot to put in. It's a bit like, you know, we've heard it before, it's a bit like putting 10,000 or 20,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 into a master plan for something that you never actually get ahead and do. So I want everyone to be really clear that the 2 million actually means we're going to progress it. But the devil is actually in the detail. And if I look at actually, and I've had a bit of experience around partnerships, just, you know, is on item 21. So I get that the school uses it for the 90 hours. I get that's pretty much during the school hour. The 50 school sport hours is obviously after school, right? And I want to know kind of, does that go till 4, 5 o'clock? Because the reality is that this becomes a community facility that's only available from, say, 5 till whatever. 10. Is that 10 o'clock? Is that the time? So it's 5 till 10 and then the weekends. So I think it's really just important for us to understand that the school's actually getting quite a lot as well. So to that end, in the negotiations between what their advantages are, we've got to be very clear that even though council can administer potentially, and hopefully that's how you would frame it, through our booking system to keep it all impartial, that it is actually a sort of an early evening run. The school's actually getting a big whack of 5 courts.
You're also giving the land for nothing.
I should probably at this stage, I think we might just get our 2 staff to answer the questions.
Through Madam Chair, through the feasibility study, we have looked at how we would structure the use of the facilities. So the 50 court hours for the school sport is predominantly before school.
Oh, good. Okay.
And then an hour after school. So we were talking about the 3 till 4 slot, and so we'd be looking at community sport happening from 4 until 10 o'clock at the night.
Because that's when we need it, and that's not actually in here. It talks about hours, but it doesn't actually say how that's put together. Yeah. Thanks. And you did take my point around Colin Maiden.
Oh, yes, through Madam Chair, absolutely. We're very well aware of the work at Colin Maiden Park, and really it was more about the geographic area that we were looking at, so I was sort of focused more about the central city area, and even though Colin Maiden Park is in the Isthmus, we didn't kind of extend the area to that far away. I mean, I guess one of the issues to sort of point out is this is going to deliver 5 indoor courts if we did the full investment. Given the level of under provision, we're going to need multiple venues across the region. This isn't the panacea for the whole indoor court provision issue.
No, I get where you're coming from. I think that whoever does the negotiation between us and the ministry needs to, the chief operating officer, be very smart in their negotiations.
I think, Madam Chair, just a comment really that we're well aware of that, and a negotiating strategy will put that together, and particularly your opening comments about Minister Kay's announcement on the weekend.
She's keen to do it though.
Yep. She is keen, so the Mayor and I will be meeting with her soon.
He gets it.
So I've got Councillor Clone, Member Brown, but I'll just get our Chief Operating Officer to make a couple of comments. Mr. Ops.
Mr. Ops. Okay, so listening to this, I guess my take on it, we've got a demonstrable need, okay? That this is a new way of doing things, and I think you'll see it happen increasingly. And the benefit I believe you get notwithstanding the timing of some of these things, is if we combine our capital and investment with that of others, the objective is, instead of paying $20 million each, we might spend 35 and save 5, in which we share the benefit of that. So you'd expect multiplier or leverage on that investment to get a better overall outcome. And I think as I listen into this discussion, although I think that there might be more capital to be spent than what we're currently providing for if we address car parking issues, but let's put that to one side, the discussions about netball courts. My gut instinct, we're doing the right thing here in terms of provision, developing a facility for which there's clear need, and you get an opportunity now which, short of Chamberlain Park, you don't really have a location in this part of Auckland that you can invest in this way. My take on the design issue, and I've heard a lot of discussion around that, is that you should be committing up to $2 million there. You'll take a staged approach on that. There will be a business case that comes out of this. This business case may or may not get up for the provision of the 4 additional courts. But let's work in the assumption that it will. And that business case, you've heard the staff talk to the fact that it'll have to demonstrate value, but also look at alternative funding sources, and it will time that, so you'll have 2 chunks of capital investment. There is a pot of money available, 104 million, so you've heard that from staff. Our obligation will be to help track how that's being earmarked or allocated, so you're quite clear on how far through you are on your 104. The challenge you will have will be keeping within that, because the demand is going to exceed supply, and so if you commit 25 now, 25% of it is effectively gone. That's not to say you shouldn't do this, I'm just being really clear that you need to track, and we will assist you with this, with that. And we will need to understand in the business case what the operating expenditure implications are and make sure that's properly provided for. So that's my take on where this discussion is at, to the degree it's helpful.
Want to amend the resolution then, Madam Chair?
We'll amend B, because I was going to amend it to approve the allocation of up to 2 million.
Okay. Staff were on to it. Excellent. Councillor Clow.
Following, I think, the good points that my colleague at my left here, Councillor Lee, was making, I mean, we do get a lot of things passed on to us by the government, and let's not fool ourselves. This new partnership deal that has been offered in schools is a double-edged sword, and it's wonderful if instead of spending 40 in tandem we only spend 35, but we don't want to get, I hate to say it, screwed where we spend 20 and the ministry spends 15. And, you know, it can be that we're the ones that get suckered on this consistently, because that has been the case. Now, as Mr. Kimpton pointed out to me, this is all televised anyway, so they can get an extract, or they're watching now. So basically the ministry, you know, may be watching, but they can certainly just drag it up and just basically say, oh, well, we managed to get this out of them, and, you know, this is all committed. So I think it's just continually you're going to have to be, you know, because I think 3 or 4 of us have given the message to the ministry who are watching that we want to be hard-nosed about this. We're not just going to get done over and basically subsidising. So I just want to ask a question, one question. In the ministry's business case, did it say its design, which they put up, the 79 million project, didn't have adequate provision of indoor courts for the school?
Through Madam Chair, the Ministry's business case included 1 indoor court, which is sufficient for their role as it is now, and they forecast that they will have role growth and indicated that they'll probably need another indoor court when the school approaches 2,500. So, but they did not have funding for the 2nd indoor court, they've only got funding for the 1st. So their business case is focused on what does the school need.
So that would be a pretty sound argument how we're getting screwed straight from the start. So, you know, they've got 1 court, we'll give you another one later, but, oh, no, you don't need it because the council built 4. So, you know, hey, we've taken care of that problem. Don't need
Can
to
I-
do that later, do we?
Through you, Madam Chair, we've been quite clear in our discussions with the Ministry of Education that if we do come and invest in additional courts that are for community, you know, they're created for community use, that doesn't factor into the Ministry's calculations of role growth, of what the school needs for role growth perspective. So we have indicated quite strongly to them that that would be part of our discussion as through the business case process.
And part of the community access agreement, Madam Chair. So.
Okay,
Just hang on a sec, Councillor Clow. I think if we just need to keep this within the bounds of good partnership discussion. I understand the need for us to be cautious, and as Chair of Finance, it's absolutely, you know, up to you to remind us of our fiduciary duty. However, let's also acknowledge the fact that we are going into this with our eyes wide open to say we are chronically short and have probably been, you know, successive councils have been a bit derelict in their duty in actually providing for sports facilities in parts of Auckland. So we are in big catch-up mode. We're looking for an opportunity to get the best out of an opportunity that a school might be offering and that the government might be offering. Are we going to get screwed in this? Of course we aren't. We're very clear about what we require, but the bottom line is we need help. So the business case needs to take into consideration that we are buying access and provision of courts for our community on the isthmus. The school or the Ministry of Ed is purchasing its courts for its school and their requirements. The business case and the movement in the middle between 1/2 courts is the process for negotiation in the partnering agreement between us. No one will be screwed, believe you me, if we have our way.
Good idea, actually, isn't it? To
That's fine, thank you.
Member Brown.
smart move from the ministry.
Kia ora.
How do you get out of that one?
There are some comments that, and right from the get-go, Madam Chair, when I read a report that says it's got a court, but it'd be really great if we grow with population, but let's advance the structure first, I'm sort of a bit lost. So I'm glad that that last comment around growth with role is potentially an option that just feels like it's just been dismissed. That sort of money can buy townships in this country. It certainly will go a hell of a long way to something that's not a luxury, like housing or land for housing people to live. With respect to the school, and I know it very well, the fear I have in this great generosity of this council is complacency sets in the minute we adopt this. So I haven't heard, and maybe it's premature, it'll come later, but served on 3 establishment boards on 2 schools that wanted stuff that weren't in their budgets. You know what they did? They went to their community and raised the money themselves. One was for an audio theatre at Botany College, and one was for a voice-activated science lab at Ormiston College. So I'm not hearing that, and the fear I have is the generosity of council is simply just going to make a whole heap of people quite complacent, because why do anything council or MOE will do it. So I'm slightly flustered by MOE's initial investment if they're not playing the ball. We're hoping a lot of the officials to negotiate in a manner whereby it just feels like we need this now and it's an opportunity, and my view is, you know, we were privileged to host Oklahoma City Thunder for 48 hours, and one question, without any business case, was posed to a player. He immediately gave the money to build a court for Starship, right then and there, in front of me. That wasn't on the business case. So I'm a bit concerned about the new way we're doing things insofar as the disappointment that's waiting other people that's not a luxury with the available fund. like green spaces and the like for the region. Hearing the traffic dynamics and logistics and challenges that surround this opportunity, is it an opportunity or is it a hinaki, an eel trap? Because once your head goes in, you ain't getting your body out. And that's the reality of what I'm hearing. So, question I do have. Has the case, or is the case considering other funders? Is it considering Auckland's generosity of themselves, i.e. philanthropy within the Blinken district, who may have gone to that school and benefited and became a somebody? Or is it just simply going to lay its cards on this table? Because if you do this today, folks, I'm going to hold you to account when South Auckland or West Auckland or any other part of Auckland walks in the door and seizes on the new way we do business. So I am conscious of disappointment that has actually found some of us in the planning mechanics of LTP, annual plans with local boards and others, for stuff where people were not asking for luxuries. They were asking for necessities. And so I just fear that we're setting precedents. I fear that later on this precedent's actually going to be cast region-wide, and it's almost going to look like you're selective on who you propose to support. In the end, like in the beginning, ministry didn't front up, it still hasn't fronted up, and it ain't going to front up if you go and fill its voids every time it chooses to be shallow on its budgets. Kia ora.
So, Madam Chair, just quickly
My understanding is we asked the ministry.
To answer to the question, the business case will look at other alternative funders, and we'll report back to you on that and what that means in terms of how we might achieve this project. But to be clear, we went to Western Springs, Madam Chair, with this proposal as opposed to Western Springs or the ministry coming to us.
Apologies, Mace, I just learnt that as you started talking.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. I've got Member Wilcox, Councillor Philippina, Councillor Watson, and I think we might be starting to go around in circles if we carry on any longer. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just drawn back to the Mags case, our CCO with the swimming pool, which started off, I'm sure, with great guns, but is kind of, I don't know where it's ended up, but ended up quite a sad situation at one stage there when we had the CCO committee monitoring it all. So I suppose I need surety that we're not going to end up in a Mags again, because basically we won't be here, but somebody will be picking that up. In 20 years' time, when the courts are all cactus and old and everything else, and there's a refurbishment, and the school says we don't want to pay the $50 million because that's what it's going to cost then, and we're going to say, well, we can't afford the $50 million either, and then it just goes around in circles. So how are we going to protect the council from that situation?
So our intention is that that's part of what we investigated in the business case. But having said that, we have learnt lessons from previous decisions with Mount Albert, with the pool. However, so that is all about the ownership and how the council takes on that ownership of those courts and being clear up front around the replacement maintenance of the courts and control. Governance control. So we'll be reporting in the business case what the risks are and what the benefits are of each of those options.
I was a member of that trust for a number of years. I'm acutely aware of that and already had that conversation with them.
So we would fund OPEX of our portion of the court, and we may well depreciate as well, so that we've got a renewals budget. We would take charge of that as if we'd built them ourselves, my understanding would be.
And we would be looking to have some pay for play opportunities as well to support OPEX.
$60 an hour for courts. Councillor Philippina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to get my head around a few things, and so just a few questions. Firstly, Chair, in the stage one, 12.3 million You're asking that the money be put into 17, 18, 18, 19 budget. That's what I've read.
Through you, Madam Chair, the business case would be seeking the funding for the capital component of stage 1, which would be around about 10.5 million, I would say, after we've taken off the component for design, and would be seeking it ideally in year 1 or year 2 of the LTP, so either 2018-19 or 2019-20. And the main reason we'd be doing that is to try and dovetail into the Ministry of Education's construction program, because then obviously there's a whole lot of cost savings around the contractor and procurement and all of those types of things. However, we will put up options for other alternatives of when you would, when you could do the construction as well.
Okay, and through your chair, just because I got confused with 41.3, when you said that the 12.3 million funding would be required 17, 18, 18, 19. That's where I got confused, but you're saying later. So that's where that's one confusion there. And the other one is around the business case, because when you have a look at the recommendation and the business case, I assumed initially that the business case was going to be for that stage 1 and being incorporated there, but from the recommendation, the business case will be completed for the project, long-term plan in 2019, and that's the project commencement. Am I assuming that's stage 2? Or is the business case going to incorporate stage 1 and also the possibility of stage 2 with the cost that you've outlined on page 123, which is 11.7 for court 4 and 5?
Through Madam Chair, I do apologise for the confusion between the two paragraphs. So the business case would be for the entire project,
right.
So for stages 1 and 2, but we would give you options around how that could be timed. So, we'll give you an option to time stage 1 in conjunction with the Ministry of Education's construction timeframes. We'd give you an option to time it later, and then we'd also give some other options around when stage 2 could be built as well.
Yep, sorry.
Bearing in mind, one of the things that we would like to do is then work in with when we expect further construction to happen on the school site as well from their role growth perspective.
Yeah, so and that goes to the question that Councillor Watson raised earlier around the growth and also the ability to add in stage 2, possibly 4 and 5 if the growth is that fast. It's again a matter of bringing it back to council, but also having a conversation with the Ministry of Education. If the growth is that fast, and this is why I took note of what Councillor Watson said around the growth and the current role, that if it's that fast, I mean, surely the conversations will then go back to the Ministry of Education and say, look, all these projections are actually out of kilter, and the role has gone that much. Then when the council's looking at our stage 2 for courts 4 and 5, here's an opportunity, MOE. I mean, I don't like, with all the corridor that we've had here, I don't like our chances of them saying, yeah, of course, we'll give you some money for another court. But, it's just at least for us is to get their business case. Chair, the other question that I have for me is that I've looked through the whole report and I can't see when the business case will be coming back to this particular committee.
Good question.
Or finance and performance, I don't know where it's coming back. Sorry, Chair.
They'll be reporting back, Madam Chair, before you consider as part of the LTP preparation.
Next year?
It's probably
I'm
likely,
hoping it's this year. With
it'll
stage 1, I'm
it'll
hoping.
be this year when we're reporting back on the business case. It'll inform your decisions you make for the LTP.
Okay, and Chair, are we taking comments now or just later, Alligator?
I hope there is no later. I think
Okay.
we've taken comments and questions. My last speaker is Councillor Watson, and then we're going to put it. So if you've got anything else to say it now.
Just for me, Chair, and it's the report that you ended up receiving around the shortage of basketball courts. And I think it is important that we realise that. I also take the point that Member Brown has said around the precedent, but I know in Manukau City Council we had also the shared or the ability to partner with our schools around that in the Manukau days, which we found, and this is not only with our schools but with our football clubs. And I think, Chair, it was the reason we got involved with that, and I mean, I was only, I only went into council in 2003, but part of the reason and the mentality around that was because there was a need identified. And I think this is what's happened, Chair. There has been a need identified. How do we end up fulfilling that need for our community? And I mean, this is just one option. I look forward to the full business case, especially with stage one, around the 10.3 million, because we're taking up to 2 million off from the design stage and engineering. But that's the reason why we ended up in Manukau, looking at partnering, and Sharon would know this, that we ended up partnering with our clubs and schools because there was a need that was identified and we wanted to make sure. And even Councillor Newman, Daniel in his last term as well, you know, there was a lot of stuff, even with Mandurewa, the netball courts and the work that we're doing there. So it has been identified. I fully support the recommendations here, and I'm glad that Councillor Clow put up to 2 million. That was one of the ones that I wanted to also mention. So, yeah, congratulations on the report, even though you confused me a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. And last speaker, Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully understand the tight spot we're in terms of provision of indoor space, and that goes right across the region, and we do have to be creative and innovative. I agree, however, with my fellow councillors that we really have to negotiate hard at the outset. A lot of people have concentrated on the financial aspects of that. My concern is with the public use of the facility. I'm familiar with schools and how their demand for indoor space, in particular, given the increasing makeup of school populations, is growing and growing, and often their usage goes from 6 in the morning to 8 to 9 at night in numbers of instances. So I am just assuming that the public use of it is very, very tightly tied down, that it anticipates a growing population, and that if the deal that's struck is going to be on the side of the community, given the fact that we will be largely funding the additional courts, albeit on school land. Thank you very much. The schools are getting the use during the day. That's fine. There's not a great community demand there in most instances. But certainly outside of that is tied down tight, and that other ways of involving more of the community are also explored. And in this instance, we've talked about organised sport. I would like to see a more informal element brought in there, because that often appeals to younger people to come in and you get that in council owned facilities. I would imagine, given the hours that we've been assured are going to be, i.e. largely from 4 to 10 and all weekends, that there is ability to factor in some informal usage as well in that overall public use component. And just finally, Mace, and I understand negotiations are going off, are we going to be party to the final sort of usage agreement then that is negotiated with the school over and above the business case?
You will be.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Right, I'm going to put the recommendations, been moved by Councillor Close, seconded Councillor Simpson. I'll put all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much. And I just want to acknowledge from the committee what an excellent and fulsome discussion that was, and I think it was really important to get those questions asked and answered. So thank you. And thank you to Shale in particular from the local board, and Michael from OTAT. Thank you.
The conversation continued.
Yeah. Excellent. We go to item number 18, which is the Sport and Rec Community Access Scheme. Warm welcome back to Mace and Sharon and Kerry. Okay, over to you.
Lovely. I'm very aware of time, so I'll keep this very brief. Good afternoon, members. I would like to highlight briefly a few key points as outlined in the report. And if time, provide local board views and staff recommendations. So the purpose of the scheme is to provide community access to identified gaps in the regional network of sport and recreation facility provision, and to improve equity of access. Under the guidelines, the decision sits with the governing body, the Environment and Community Committee, to make funding allocations to facilities that fulfil a role in the regional network. The local boards have a significant role in defining the outcomes and key performance indicators for the facilities. Once the regional funding decisions have been made, the budget sits with the relevant local board as asset-based service budget. The total budget for the Community Access Scheme is just over $1 million. There is no additional budget available to support community access, therefore limited ability to address equity issues. Further to the Environment and Community Committee workshop on the 13th of April of this year, the assessment of the 8 existing legacy arrangements has been completed. The 8 legacy arrangements were invited to submit a proposal with strategies to support the implementation of the Community Access Scheme. They were individually assessed against the prioritisation criteria within the guidelines. It is difficult to compare across organisations as they each provide different types of community provision, for example, sporting, leisure and community, and are within different communities. Workshops were held with 6 of the 7 directly affected local boards to seek feedback on the proposals as part of the assessment of each facility. The overall assessment identified that 8 existing arrangements fill a gap in the regional network of sport and recreation facility provision, and the recommended levels of funding will ensure the facilities will continue to provide programs and services to the community and are financially sustainable. Detailed assessment and local board views for each organisation are available in a summary report, which I have actually brought with me today. The following slides provide more information for each facility, however, I'm just going to touch on the local board views and the staff recommendations. So for Sovereign Stadium, the Upper Harbour Local Board support continued funding for the stadium, and 3 members support the additional funding for the aquatic centre. However, this assessment relates to existing arrangements, and therefore it is recommended that the funding support for the pool is considered as a separate process. It is recommended that the current level of funding to AUT Millennium Ownership Trust of $60,000 is provided for 2017-2018, and following the development of the Sports Facility Investment Plan, consideration of a longer term agreement is given. So Avondale College. FO local boards support the intent of the Community Access Scheme and Avondale College's role within the regional network of sport and recreation facility provision. However, we're unable to comment on the level of funding due to the insufficient information within the budget. Further to the workshop, information has been provided to the local board, however we haven't received feedback as yet. The recommended option is to increase funding to Avondale College to $40,000 per annum to increase community access to include the stadium, hockey turf and 6 netball courts. This is an increase of $23,000. Within the proposal, Tamaki College Community Recreation Centre Trust has requested the current level of funding of $100,000. Maungakiki Tamaki local boards support the recommendation to maintain the current level of funding of $100,000. The recommended option, therefore, is to maintain the current level of funding of $100,000 per annum to provide community access to the Tamaki Recreation Centre. ASB Stadium. The Ōrākei Local Board supports an increase in funding for ASB Stadium. The recommended option is to increase funding to East City Community Trust to $90,000 per annum to provide community access to ASB Stadium. The recommended option would ensure the existing level of community access is provided and an increase in operational funding may assist with deferred maintenance costs. This is an increase of $10,000. Waiheke Recreation Centre. So Waiheke Local Board's supports for the proposal was split, with 4 members supporting the proposal. However, concerns were raised over potential duplication of proposed after-school and school holiday programs on the island. 1 local board member did not support the proposal or an increase in funding for Waiheke Recreation Centre. The recommended option is to increase funding to Waiheke Recreation Centre Trust to $80,000 per annum to provide community access to Waiheke Recreation Centre. This is an increase of $5,000. So Tupuru Community Centre. Tupuru Community Centre has undergone a wider independent review to establish the preferred model of delivery. The independent review concluded the most efficient and effective delivery model for the Tupuru Community Centre is under a community ownership and management model. In April of this year, Franklin Local Board agreed the most efficient and effective delivery model for the Tupuru Community Centre is under a community ownership and management model where the Trust continues to employ staff to deliver services at the facility. The recommended option is to provide funding to Tupuru Community Centre Trust of $325,000 per annum to provide community access to Tupuru Community Centre. This is the same level of funding as previous years. Kolmar, so that's also known as Papataui Sports Centre. In addition to the current community access funding, Kolmar has received $40,000 per annum from Otara Papataui Local Board for the maintenance of the bowling green. There is no ongoing budget provision for this for future years. The recommended option is to increase community access funding to Kolmar Charitable Trust to $150,000 per annum to provide community access to Kolmar. The Otara Papataui Local Board supports an increase in funding for Kolmar, and the increase would be $50,000 per annum. The Auckland Netball Centre, lastly. The Ōrākei Local Board supports an increase in funding for Auckland Netball Centre. It is recommended that the current level of funding of $150,000 to Auckland Netball is provided for the next financial year, and following the development of the Sports Facility Investment Plan, consideration of a longer term agreement is given.
Sorry, we're just a bit distracted. We now just have a quorum.
Still got a quorum, yeah.
So I'm sorry, Whānau.
Keep going.
Parepaku
I'll wait.
stops out.
Yeah. Wayne, we've both got a meeting, but you'll still have to go.
Mike's just gone out for a second.
I know,
It's the
and
same.
this is why I said at the beginning, we've tracked you, the meeting, within 6 minutes of exactly how it would go, and we have you landing on the runway at 4:15 or 4:30 if there is any more speaking, but I'm afraid we haven't had tailwinds and we just had a few headwinds, so we're running a bit short of time. Actually, while we've just got a break.
Madam Chair, I will move the motion.
We just need to just do a little quick check. We do need to move an extension of time of, say, 30 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, but we need everyone.
Be quiet.
We need to do it again, we will, but we need to keep
So
everybody
it's been
here.
moved and seconded, Madam Chair.
Well, just hang on, it's all very well, everyone rushing now. There was a hell of a lot of talking beforehand, so I think some people may want to ask questions on this. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, staff. So we're on the netball.
netball has been completed, and the last slide, which is the slide there, these are recommendations in the current level of investment. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Awesome. Okay, questions? Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I just want to register my concern around Auckland Netball Centre. It's been given this amount of funding since 2010. It hasn't gone up at all. It's got the highest visits per annum of anything mentioned. And the only other one that's got the same, which is the Tamaki Recreation Centre, has had support from the local board, and the local board doesn't support no increase to Auckland Netball Centre. I mean, probably out of all of the above, potentially AUT and Papatoe, it's definitely a regional, sub-regional, if not regional. It's not a local little, Ōrākei local board facility. It's significant, and as I said, it's got the highest number of users, and it hasn't had no increase since this council started, and I don't believe that's appropriate.
Through you, Madam Chair, as Kerry outlined earlier, there is no additional budget available in terms of this community access scheme. So whilst we appreciate the region-wide nature of it and what it provides, we currently don't have the ability without additional budget to address some of these wider equity issues and provision gaps that we have.
So with respect, you've given pretty reasonable increases and stuff. You've got a 50k for Papatoe though. And I just wondered whether we could
Yes.
do a bit of horse trading.
My recommendation is that we probably, this is maybe as good as we get, and councillors, but hang on, Councillor Simpson, there is no more money, and let's not forget, if you want to open a can of worms, we could also raise, Councillor Clough and I could talk about in the West, all of the regional sports facilities who didn't organise sweetheart deals with their old councils and who receive nothing. So let's not open that can of worms, because don't get us started. These are pretty lucky to be getting what they're getting.
I appreciate that, but I just suppose what I'm saying, with everybody else having a change, unless it's endorsed by the local board, this one doesn't. And I suppose the inequity of that was my point.
Yep. It's heard. I don't know if there's an easy solution, if there is no greater budget, and I don't think you're seeing any of your colleagues offering up money from the organisations that they are in their areas. Councillor Hills.
Yes, I guess to follow on from that, and I know I gave my opinion during the workshop, but I think it's important to mention it again. We are going to need to look at this ongoing. I have a little bit of sympathy, but not really for Councillor Simpson's point, because like North Shore Netball, we have over 400,000 visitors. 400,000 visitors a year and get zero operational funding, and we probably could have done a whole lot with 150k per annum, and it's open to the public 24 hours. And it can be used by anyone, and it's not being used just for netball, and the local board has been trying to pump a lot of its own discretionary money into that. So, I don't know when this legacy stops and we become just one city where we discuss
Hopefully never.
In a better way.
Works for you.
Hopefully never.
Yeah, just because it still seems very unfair that one netball centre gets 150k a year, and now one has to pay for its own rubbish, toilet cleaning, everything. So, and by raising money through the community. So, yeah, I'd be really keen to see how we get this changed within the next year, because it doesn't seem equitable to keep going on as legacy when we're 7 years out of legacy. So, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair, we would agree, and one of the issues that we have is by decreasing support to any of the existing organisations, we have essentially created an issue where we're decreasing community access, particularly impacting on their financial viability and sustainability, to therefore increase somewhere else. So without any additional budget allocation to effectively take from one to support another somewhere else, we're essentially creating an issue where we will have a decline in community services and programs provided, and also risk the financial sustainability of some of these organisations.
You changed these since the workshop.
So we risk swapping out one inequity and replacing it with another. I think my recommendation to the committee is I think we just need to acknowledge that this, we're agreeing until 2020, apart from AUT until 2018, and then we need to move to resolve this inequitable process. And I know we've got Member Wilcox and Councillor Newman.
Oh, I've just moved it.
Are you happy to move?
I'll second.
And you're happy to second? Okay, Member Wilcox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see in the Māori impact statement, number 77, all those things. So I'm going to ask, why does Hato Pētera miss out? And that's all I'm going to ask.
So the previous arrangement with Hato Pētera is outside of scope of this of the community access scheme. So the guidelines that were passed by Park Sport and Recreation Committee last year do not allow for the community access scheme to be allowed for maintenance of sports fields. That's obviously allocated through other council provision, and in the case of Hato Pētera, council was providing for maintenance of the fields in addition to a community access grant.
Okay, so they have been told, they were told this, were they?
Yes, yes, absolutely. A year or two ago, actually, the shift in the allocation was changed a couple of years ago.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned. I don't see any there at all. These are the legacy ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I'm not seeing anything from Te Pai or anything like that.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
No, we didn't do these kind of deals.
There is a sunset clause, isn't there, in all this kaupapa?
Yep, there is.
Okay.
2020. We're going to sort that out. Right, I've got Councillor Collins, then Councillor Filipaina, then we'll put the recommendation. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm cognizant of the idea that Councillor Simpson had, of which I have some sympathy for, unlike her colleague from the shore. Because I was tempted to move something similar, but I will refrain because I don't think there's an appetite for it. What I did want to comment on is the Kolmar funding. And I want to thank the officers because I know that there's been ongoing discussion. When I was chair of the Otara Papatoetoe local board last term, we gave Kolmar extra assistance to the value of $100,000. And one of the issues that I wanted to bring to this table so that we're all aware of it was when it came to Kolmar funding, the local board had to pick up quite a bit of the funding through its own LDI, and it became unnecessarily political. And I remember a local board meeting that was filled with people. I was getting phone calls from everybody saying this is what's going to happen to you if you don't support this extra 100. At that stage it was $150,000, and then on the night we received the report, suddenly it became $100,000. The point I'm trying to make is, for Kolmar in particular, we want it to succeed. Yes, there's that kind of sweetheart deal that you referred to, Chair, from the Manukau City Council days, but we want it to do our best to look after them, and I'm refraining today by suggesting that maybe they get even more because they did ask for 200K, and I think that the increase to 150,000 is both equitable and meaningful, and in the eyes of another councillor, huge, but it's important for this facility in particular to keep going, to keep functioning, because it plays a vital part in the well-being of our community. So I just wanted to note that, and I know they'll be tuned in at the moment, and I think we've got to continue an ongoing discussion with them and alongside the local board to ensure that we get the tone of the conversation right, because I don't think it needed to be as political as it was. The other thing I just wanted to ask was, in your opening you made some comments about how that we make the decision on the allocation of money, and then it sits with ABS, with the local boards, and Otara Papatoetoe local board have decided, or are working alongside Kolmar to ensure that one of their members sits on the governance structure of Kolmar. I just wanted to make sure that that was in place, because I don't want local boards to lose the ability to have the governance impact that they can have. So I guess I'm asking you for your quote so that in writing, so that they can feel assured that they're not going to lose that, because they'll be thinking that the decision making sits with us, and then they lose the ability to stay connected, having granted the fact that they've been working so closely with Colma. My final comment, Chair, and apologies for the length of this particular comment, but I actually agree that at some stage we've got to work out how this fund works. $1 million, we're sitting around at the end of this meeting chasing ourselves a bit over $1 million. I'm not sure that this is the best way to expend our time focusing on $1 million of allocation. Granted, what you've already said around if we don't have this allocation, some of these groups might fall over or potentially fall over. So I think we've got to get that discussion right. But I agree with you, Chair, and putting it as it is, just wanted to note that Colma is dear to the people of Otara Papatoetoe, and any support available to them is going to be well received.
That's very dear indeed.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. We've had at least 3 items that we need to discuss around what we do. One was around regional. What is regional, what is sub-regional, and what is not. That was one of them. Then we had a discussion around the courts and having a look at what systems need to be put in place. Here is another one that we need to have this conversation around what happens with the legacy funds. I personally, for me, if the legacy councils looked after their entities, I think they should be commended for that, and also the fact that it continues. Really do. Because I remember when we first became a Auckland Council, both Sharon and I, Councillor Stewart and I ended up putting a recommendation around the airport shares, both of us, and there was a recommendation that we put in saying that the monies, the dividends that we end up getting back from the Manukau and the Auckland City Council shares, they go back to that particular area. We got wasted with that, right? I think it was just you and I. I think, or 3 of us, we got wasted. He was one of the few that I lost. Thought I'd throw that in. But look... we
came with no debt.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, we would have had a few million going to Manukau, and we would have supported, we would have supported Colma Charitable Trust at that stage.
Yeah.
But look, the conversation has to be made. Now, in regards to Colma and the report, I think there's only one issue I have with the report, and that is not explaining exactly how much money that Councillor Collins had said had been given from the LDI. So really, it's not 150. It's not an increase of 50,000. It's actually an increase of 8,000. When you have a look at the $142,000 that they were putting into Colma, and I mean we know who to blame for that. I'm not going to mention that person's name because he's no longer here. But there were promises made, and you can't hold this council, this triennial council, to task for that. But you know that, and that's why I just wanted the report. It should have been outlined that look, you know, as a result we've had 200,000, but really the local board were picking up, and according to the chair, Lotu Fuli, they had 102 and 40,000 respectively. That was supporting Colma. So when we look at it, get our reports and say, man, they got 150,000. Oh man, they got an increase of 50. Well, they didn't. It was an increase of 8. So those are just my comments. But I look forward, Chair, to the conversation around the legacy funding in this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. We do still love each other, and always will. Councillor Hills.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Wilcox, for reminding me. There's resolutions on here about the Hātou Petara funding, which Council and Local Board recommended that would be then transferred to North Harbour Netball.
That is correct. That was transferred for 2 years.
So that
for previous years.
So this-
There was just a commitment for 2 years to transfer that whilst the guidelines and the review of the existing relationships took place.
So then the money is now, where is that fund now?
It's effectively available for reallocation, and that's where some of the slight increases have come from.
Okay.
And there is a balance of funding of 28,000 available.
So can we continue that for North Harbour Netball or not?
So what we've, the approach we've taken, because as we've identified, there's a small amount of additional budget from those arrangements that are no longer deemed in scope of the guidelines. So the review is currently of existing arrangements, not new potential arrangements, because I think as councillors would appreciate, there would be a significant number of potential new community access arrangements that council could enter into, and that needs to follow a different process. However, there's limited budget available to do that, except for a small amount of 28,000.
Okay. I'm just worried that is a local board aware that didn't.
Yes, they were aware that it was for a 2-year, and it's outlined in the reports that were to the local board that reallocated that for a 2-year period.
Yeah, no, I remember that, but I think our point was that we couldn't allocate again because it's a new term. So has the opportunity been put to the local board or us?
No, it hasn't.
Is that something you want to follow up?
Yeah, I'm just
Councillor?
concerned that we put it, I think the advice at the time was we couldn't allocate into this term as an ongoing, and now I'm just concerned that it was an ongoing agreement, and then our view was that because it wasn't going to Hato Petera, then it could be in the same Northcote area put to netball because of this ongoing discrepancy, and I'm just wondering, can we allocate that to North Harbour Netball, or can something come back? I just assume that the netball and the board may think this continues on and they've sort of missed it.
No, through the chair, it was always a 2-year arrangement while the guidelines were being developed and the current arrangements were under review.
Yeah.
We're just talking about the 28,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is it possible to try and get that in the mix as at least something for North Harbour Netball, because that money was legacy to Kaipatiki, for instance, and now no? Or?
Through the chair, as I commented earlier, I think if we're considering new arrangements and new community access agreements is probably a different process to the existing ones we're considering today.
Can we just deal with these ones, and can we actually pick that discussion up separately, Councillor Hills? I think my brain won't compute this 28,000 and the ins and outs of dealing with that in the short time frame we've got. So I don't want to dismiss the issue, but I think we just need to deal with the issue in hand. So we've got the recommendations, they've been moved and seconded. I'm going to put all those in favour, but please say aye.
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 Against?
Please say aye.
Please say no, please say aye. That's carried, somewhat ineffectively on my part, but carried nonetheless. And we will pick up the issue that Councillor Hills raises, and perhaps let people know maybe what the resolution to that 28,000 is.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Now, we've still got the confidential, the 3 confidential items, which are reasonably quick, but we've got waste now. So I'd like to invite the waste.
Happy to move, Madam Chair.
Well, hang on, Councillor. I know you're in a hurry, but
I'm allowed to
can we
move it, Madam
just-
Chair.
This is very important.
Just hold on. I just wanted to make some comments as the chair of the waste management group, and I was going to move these, so I'll let you second them. First of all, I know we've got a long presentation. My suggestion is that we dispense with the presentation and we move straight into the meat of the issue, which is just acknowledging in the first instance that when we fully consulted our waste plan, the agreement was that we were going to move into a food waste collection, and we have already successfully trialled this on the North Shore, and the decision here is to take it into Papakura. We've suggested that Papakura be a good place for the next logical rollout of this, because it's gone so well on the shore. We want to take it regionally, and Papakura is a discrete area that is the next area to be working with. So it seems to be a good way forward. And finally, just in doing this and moving this, I just would like to thank, in the short term, the small waste management group that's working together on these issues. Just to remind people, we've got myself, Councillor Cashmill, Councillor Hills, Councillor Filipaina, Walker, Newman, and Member Wilcox on the group, and this has been thrashed to death and is, I think, something that we're pretty enthusiastic about. So it's been moved and seconded. Let's just see if there are any quick questions that people would like to ask. Councillor Walker.
Very quick statement, Madam Chair. Very quick statement. Yep. This is an absolute no-brainer. The location, Papakura, is spot on. It's actually close to the processing that is going to occur. The trials have successfully occurred in Milford, which is pretty close to my ward, and those trials have not only involved the food waste collection, but also effectively the pay per lift. And not only has the food waste worked and had wonderful levels of satisfaction, so has the paid per lift. So we've had a reduction in the amount of tonnage of waste being put out. So it's costed in our long-term plan. It works. It's going to deliver on reducing our emissions, reducing our waste, and providing satisfied residents. It's an absolute no-brainer.
Good on you, Councillor Walker. It's lovely to finish the day when you and I can agree totally on something.
On many things, Madam Chair.
On many things. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I echo the Chair's comments in relation to our staff, and thank you for the work you've done. And I acknowledge in adopting these recommendations today, look, since this paper was published on the website, it's obviously provoked quite a degree of interest in Papakura, and I know that as we move forward, the benefit of this will of course mean not only the food waste collection service, but the wheelie bin service, which will be a wonderful benefit for many people in Papakura. Chair, the longer term challenge is set out in figure 1 in the report, and that is the need to address commercial waste, because I think that there is a point where the marginal utility of some of the stuff that we're doing in the domestic space is completely overrun by the growth in waste in the commercial space, and that's really where I want to head. Madam Chair, I am not there yet on the longer term prospect of a fortnightly refuse collection. That is to be proven based on an aggregate reduction in waste to landfill across all communities, but I think that this will be an excellent opportunity to test that concept. So, Madam Chair, I'm very enthusiastic about the recommendations.
Fantastic, thank you, Councillor. Member Wilcox.
Yes, like other councillors, I'm the member of the IMSB that agrees with this kaupapa. What I do have a question about is why are we only doing Papakura? I mean, haven't we got a good chance to get into a lot of these SHAs that are cropping up everywhere and nail it now, rather than wait for someone else to get in and start to steal the work?
Very good question.
Through the chair. So the plan over the next 2 years is to roll out across the whole region to urban Auckland. We have an opportunity to start in Papakura because we have some opportunities to process the material. So Papakura is very much the start, and then we will roll out across the region by the year 2019-20.
So then could I ask, would these SHAs and other such places that are coming online right now, would they have high priority, or would we be doing it by region?
Through the chair, the plan at the moment is to do it across the region. So we would take contract areas, which are roughly based on the legacy areas, because it sits alongside the current refuse collections as well. So we need to change some of those collection methodologies and also the funding so it sits side by side. That the food waste, certainly in Legacy Manukau and Legacy Auckland City, comes in at the same time as we move to user pays in those areas.
One final question, Madam Chair, and this is regard to the collection of organic waste and the reduction of organic waste. We have only 2 generating plants in the north of the Harbour Bridge, one being the one at Red Vale and the other one being at Ngāwhā. So the issue I've got here, the question I'm posing is then, if we reduce the organic waste, the plant at Red Vale then slows down. What are we doing to compensate for that?
So that's electricity generation from methane?
Yes.
Through the chair, so the current waste plan has the aspiration of zero waste to landfill. So we've set out our goal to reduce waste to landfill and a particular focus on organic waste. So the current plan around rolling out food waste obviously takes out an element of that organic waste, but there's a lot of other organic waste that's going into landfill as well, including green waste, timber, textiles.
Sewage sludge.
Yep, which the proposal is that's the focus for the next waste plan. So picking up on Councillor Newman's point around the 80%, the construction and demolition waste, which includes a lot of organic waste as well. Through dealing with organic waste separately, then there is the technology to be able to capture that gas in probably a more efficient way.
Okay.
Just to add to that, the bottom line is, methane is one of the worst greenhouse gases we've got, and collecting it for regeneration via landfills is one of the most uneconomic ways of doing it, and the leakage from landfills is huge. So, we shouldn't be compensating, we should be completely reducing any methane production. Yeah, Parole?
Through the chair, I just also wanted to add, in terms of your concerns, Member Wilcox, the thinking around how do we have resilience for electricity across the Harbour Bridge, and when we do tackle commercial waste and the organics from that end, we can look at how do we plan, where does the plant go next for that organics, and that can be part of our thinking going forward in terms of our strategy.
Alrighty. I think that might be it. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, and thank
Unanimous
you, team.
vote, Madam Chair.
I cannot tell you how much we value your work. It's extraordinary.
Good work.
So we will just move. We'll just note the for information items that we have, including our work program, and also just drawing everyone's attention to the Clean Water Consultation document, our submission that's in there with fantastic work by
Happy to move,
by
Madam
Dave
Chair.
Allen.
It's already been moved.
You can't, we're not ready to go, guys. Sorry, we've got
But 3 more items.
We've got 3 more items, so we need, no. Do we need, okay, well, why don't we just take 2, hang on, we'll just relax. We'll just extend the time. First of all, we will adjourn for 3 minutes. I move that.
Second that.
Thank you, done. Then we will extend the time for 15 minutes, which allows us to deal with our confidential items. I'll move that.
Second that.
Someone will second that. And then I will move that we go into confidence. Someone will second that. One, second that. I put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. So let's just have 3 minutes break so that we can get comfortable, and then we will come back and quickly deal with the 3.